Maybe this is July.
All right, good morning. Good again. We're going to go ahead and get started with our 10 a.m. agenda for today. And if you would join me for a moment of silence, I'd like to do this so that we can take a moment to clear our minds and focus our hearts on why we are doing the work that we're doing, why each individual is here, why you are in the career and arena of work that you're doing, and it's for the children of Arkansas. If you want to take a moment to pray and ask for guidance, ask for help, do whatever you feel comfortable doing, but we're going to take a moment of silence and focus our hearts and minds. So if you'll join me for a few minutes. Okay, thank you. All right. Next on the agenda is our changes to the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda that we know of? Okay, none. All right, then we are to our fun part of the agenda is recognitions, and we'll be recognizing Chelsea Jennings, the assistant principal at Lakeside Junior High School, as the 2021 NASSP, which is the National Assistant Principal of the Year, and Dr. Mike Hernandez will be our presenter. Welcome, Dr. Hernandez. Good to see you.
Thank you. Mike Hernandez, the Executive Director for the AAEA. Today I'm here proudly representing the Arkansas Association of Secondary Principals. And I do have several guests with me from the Springdale School District, Dr. Jared Cleveland, their superintendent, Dr. Michael Shepard, the principal of Lakeside Junior High, as well as the honoree today, Chelsea Jennings, the assistant principal, along with her family from Lakeside Junior High. So just want to make that recognition. So back on December 1st, of 2020, the Arkansas Association of Secondary Principals, recognized Chelsea Jennings as the state assistant principal of the year. And so that application then gets forwarded onto the national level, where as part of the National Association of Secondary Principals, they get over 50 applications from all parts of the state, District of Columbia, and other areas across the nation. And they work through those applications, they vet them, they look at recommendations that come from parents, students, teachers, administrators, co-workers in that building, and they make a determination. We were notified that Chelsea was in the top 3 as one of the finalists for the national award. And so on April 9th, she was actually recognized as the National Assistant Principal of the Year. And so we're very proud of that, and wanted to take the opportunity today to recognize. And with your permission, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Cleveland for a few comments. Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome, Dr. Cleveland. Thank you for
you.
joining us today.
Thank you for the opportunity to get to speak to you just a minute. Ms. Chambers, I have never gotten to meet you, but you just listening to the comments about you today and the comments that you made, I wish I'd have known you for a long time. So I will work to get to know you at some point, I promise. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and to also thank you for how you've led our state this last year. You mentioned talent. You have talent all across this stage. You have talent all across this state that serve this board, our governor, and our kids in an amazing way. I'd like to introduce Dr. Michael Shepard. Interesting thing about Michael Shepard. Dr. Shepard was a National Assistant Principal of the Year back in the day when he had much fewer gray hairs, or hair, as he would say. He's a great man. Interestingly enough, Miss Chelsea Jennings is now the Assistant Principal of the Year. and who took her place was our teacher of the year for the state as assistant principal at Lakeside. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for what you do. The pandemic impacted all of us out in the field, and I know it's impacted you. Commissioner Key, Secretary Key, you've done a fabulous job. And I know people don't thank him enough. And not only is he a great friend, but he's a great leader. So anyway, Dr. Shepard.
Glad to have you here today.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. And I'm not going to talk very long because the guest of honor is really who we want to hear from. But several of you had the opportunity to be able to come to Springdale Lakeside back in October when we recognized Joel as the Arkansas Teacher of the Year. And then about 9 months later, we were very proud to be able to recognize Chelsea as the National Assistant Principal of the Year. And then as Dr. Cleveland said, taking her place, it's going to be Joel again. They're going to be switching offices here in just very soon. So we're so proud to be able to welcome Joel back. But I'm so proud of Chelsea Jennings and to get the opportunity to introduce Chelsea to you. Chelsea has really epitomized the role of the assistant principal as we move forward. We know that effective assistant principals have to be effective instructional leaders. Gone are the days when we had assistant principals that could just stand in the cafeteria and yell at kids to get in line. Now we have to have assistant principals who understand instruction, who understand teachers, and who are able to provide that kind of support to be able to grow kids. And Chelsea is absolutely epitomizes that. And I'm so proud of her, and I'm proud to introduce to you the National Assistant Principal of the Year here from Arkansas and from Springdale, Chelsea Jennings.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is a huge honor to be here. It's a huge honor to have won the state award, and then the national award just takes it to a whole another level. So thank you guys for recognizing me today. It means a lot. It means a lot to my family. My husband's here. He's also he's a teacher in Springdale, and my son, he's going into 4th grade this year, Everest. And then also thank you to Dr. Hernandez for the introduction, Dr. Cleveland, Dr. Shepard, who have been a huge support to me in this role, and Joel, who we worked together when he was a teacher and I was an assistant principal. I think the fact that we are both coming out as of the years of the same school is not a coincidence. It's less about me and more about we and the things that we're collaborating on and doing together, and the culture that we've created at our school and in our district that's very student-centered. And so with this award, I think once I won the national award, the people closest to me probably felt me get tense, because the opportunity and the responsibility to use my voice this year and to take this role seriously has resonated with me, and it's not a role I take lightly, and I know that I can be an agent of change this coming year. Do you mind if I take just a minute to kind of talk about my passion and platform? So at like 1 o'clock in the morning when I couldn't sleep, I wrote notes in my phone about what I wanted to say. So there are many things I am passionate about as an educator, but in the last few years I have recognized a growing need to address mental health and social emotional well-being of our kids, especially in high poverty and high minority schools. It applies to all schools and all kids, as well as our teachers, as we look at the chronic stress and trauma we have all endured during the pandemic. I might not have all the answers, but I know 3 places we can start. We have to rethink behavior and how we approach discipline. This means replacing many punitive practices with more supportive practices. Closely partnering with community resources and organizations to provide screeners and services. We have partnered in Springdale with OGC, Ozark Guidance, but even within my building, forming a really close collaborative relationship has helped us improve and provide more services to kids. Empowering teachers with skills and strategies to support their own well-being and that of their students. It has to start with the adults. These practices not only take care of the whole child and foster positive school cultures, which I've heard you guys talk about here, the whole child, but they prepare students for learning and academic success. Please know my doors are always open in Springdale. I'll be the new principal at Sonora Middle School there, and I'm happy to engage in conversations that will propel these ideas forward. So I'm very excited about this coming year and this opportunity, and thank you again for having me here today.
Thank you, Mrs. Jacob. I'm going to take a quick photo. Okay, those are fun. All right, next we have another recognition. Harbor High School television production for receiving an Emmy for live event sports broadcasting, and our presenter is Ross White. Welcome.
Good morning, Ross White, the Director for the Division of Career and Technical Education. This morning we have another Springdale honor. So Harbor High School, I believe Mr. Sherman and some of his students are on Zoom with us today, but I'll read you a little bit about this award. So the National Student Production Awards recognizes outstanding achievement in video production. The National Academy of Television Arts and Science promotes excellence by showcasing works created by high school students in news, craft, and programming categories. So Springdale's Harbor High School Television Productions, led by advisor Travis Sherman, has recently received the National Emmy for live event sports broadcasting, sealing their position as the top sports broadcasting team in the entire country. Students competed against thousands of entries across the United States, and the pieces were judged by college instructors and industry professionals. The judges looked at the overall production value and delivery, including pregame show, halftime show, postgame show, live reporting, cameras, and audio and direction. So Mr. Sherman is on with us today, and I believe he's going to introduce any students that we have on as well.
Good morning, Mr.
Good
Sherman.
morning. How are you? Everybody hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Man, I feel like Charlie Welch after he hit that home run. I finally made it. I'm in the big leagues now. I mean, look at the talent we've got on this team. I feel like I'm walking into Yankee Stadium. I see, Mr. Key. We've got Kathy McFredridge. Nice to see you again. Joel Lookadoo. Fortunately, if I can be blunt, I'm not gonna miss Joel Lookadoo because he's coming back to Springdale. And if it's truly meant to be that you're supposed to be on TV, come see me and Trent will make that happen. Side note, I would like to do a picture as well at the end. Maybe all of you could pose under the monitors and I'll just do this. Maybe at the end. Just kidding. I wanted to talk to you guys about the team. We do the National Emmy. It solidifies, like he said, we're the top broadcasting team in the entire state. These students are putting in a full-time job. It's about 40 to 50 hours a week just to complete this game. They show up 5 hours before the game. It's a lot of work, and I would love to introduce all the team, but fortunately we have one of them joining us right now, Samantha Lewandowski. She has been a crucial member, and I'd really like to take the time to recognize her. I'm gonna let her speak in a second, but Samantha's a senior, she just graduated, and I truly believe that she's gonna solve cancer or something at some point. She's that talented. This year, I'm not joking when I say this, I think she had me write 9 different letters of recommendation for various scholarships. And each one, I always write a completely different one, just because I want to customize it. And the one thing that I always included was, out of all the thousands of students I've taught, she has always been at the top of the crop. She's one in 1,000, as you would say. So I'm going to let Samantha Lewandowski talk just a little bit about what she did as part of the team, what she's learned, and where she's headed from here. Sam, take it over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sherman. I just want to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm super excited. This award that we won is actually for a live stream that we did about 1.5 years ago. So I've been thinking back on it, trying to remember, our world's changed so drastically since then. So like he said, we put in a lot of hours into doing these live streams. I was a camera operator for this specific event, so I was up on the camera deck controlling the wide shot of the football game that we did. So a very nerve-wracking job when I look back at it, but I'm blessed to be able to have the opportunity to do jobs like this, like camera operating. This year I was able to direct for our volleyball games for Harbor, both home and away, and that's something that not a lot of high school kids, let alone really even college kids, get the opportunity to do. I was directing a 3-camera operation game just as a high school student, just me. So I was in charge of, multiple camera ops that are other students, commentators. We're doing live replays. It's a lot that goes into it, and I'm very thankful that Springdale as a district has given me the opportunity to do that, but also Mr. Sherman being someone who's really pushed for us to go above and beyond. He's tried to model our Wildcat Sports Network off of ESPN, and just since I was a sophomore going into the program to now having been able to graduate, and seeing that growth and that development come from him and all of the students in the program in general, I'm really happy and proud to say, I'm a Harbor alum and this is the program I came from. And it's really just pushed me into going into the future to wanting to pursue video productions as a career, and just everything that goes into that. So, yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Sherman, do you have anything else you'd like to add?
No, just that we appreciate your leadership. I know it's been a tough year. It's been challenging. And I'm just so thrilled to be in the presence of such great leadership and such a talented team. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thank you all for joining us. Y'all have a great day. Congratulations. Wonderful work. Okay. All right, so we are done with our recognitions, and now we are moving on to our consent agenda. Let's see, do we have any items that any board members would like to pull or discuss? We'll start down here with Dr. Hill. Dr. Rankin?
Yes, I have some questions for Amy Douglas.
Okay.
None.
Okay, all right, so we'll just start with questions. Ms. Douglas, welcome, good morning.
Morning. Good morning. We had a few agenda items in which the individuals surrendered their license before the investigation.
Correct.
I don't recall this happening very often. Was it just a coincidence that these all happened today, or what was the case?
It was actually, some of them are older and they
Okay.
were pending on other things to happen before they came to this conclusion. It just so happened that 3 of them ended up on today's agenda, just timing wise.
Okay, when this does occur, and I'm not sure always the specific cases here, but once they surrender, is there any further investigation by the state or the district?
I can't speak for the districts on
Okay.
what the level of investigation they do. No, once they surrender here, we report that to the National Clearinghouse. We report it on AILS, and then our investigation is closed.
Okay. If there was an instant, a concern for child endangerment or anything like that, would that be the local district's?
Right, that would have happened prior.
Okay,
to
so
us
that would,
receiving it.
I think my concern was looking at it, that we would, once it stopped, there was no other information known and something might have occurred that we didn't get to because there was no investigation.
Most likely not.
Okay.
Because once we've gotten to it, and it's to the level that someone would consider surrendering their license, district level action has typically been taken.
Okay.
And any maltreatment, anything like that has also already occurred.
Okay, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Douglas, before you leave, while you were standing right there, I just had a comment. One of the items on this month's consent, the educator received probation and a fine, but there was no training issued for that particular person. Could you maybe take word back somehow or another that I think that to keep things from happening again, I think there really needs to be training. I don't know if that's the feeling of the whole board or not, but I would really like to see some training involved in any kind of consequences that are from this point forward.
Yeah, I can relay that, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McFetrich?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Sutton? Okay. Ms. Chambers? No? Mr. Lugaton? Okay. All right. Well, with none of the items pulled, we are ready for a motion for the consent agenda.
To approve the consent agenda?
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda from, thank you, sorry. I have a problem this morning. I don't know what they do. From Dr. Moore. Do we have a second? Second. Second by Ms. Chambers, okay? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
Miss Dean, is your microphone on? I'm having a really hard time hearing you.
It is on, but I will get closer to it. Is that better?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, all right. Now we are on to the action agenda. The first item on the agenda is State Board Review for the Ethics Hearing Committee recommendation, and Ms. Amy Douglas. Oh, Ms. Lori.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'll start it off. Lori Freno,
Thank you.
Arkansas Department of Education. This is an appeal of a PLSB ethics hearing panel's recommendation that the teaching license of Miss Lisa Avance be revoked and that she be fined $500. Miss Avance is not here today, and the PLSB is represented, however, by Amy Douglas. And if I may go over the procedure at this time for this hearing.
Yes, please.
Thank you. Well, Ms. Avance could have made a statement, but she is not here today. And then Ms. Douglas, if she wishes, can make a statement of up to 10 minutes. The chair may grant additional time at the chair's discretion. And then at any time during the proceedings, questions can be asked to the educator or to the PLSB's attorney. Also, it could have been asked to Ms. Avance or Avance's attorney if she had been here. And following the hearing, this board must make 3 decisions, and it's best if you take these in 3 separate motions. The first is whether you need to make findings of fact. And what that means is you need to determine whether you agree with the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee's findings concerning the facts of this case. Second, if you agree with the facts underlying the decision, you must determine whether, based upon those facts, you agree that Ms. Avance violated Standard 1, Standard 2, or both of the Code of Ethics. And finally, if you determine that Ms. Avance violated Standard 1, Standard 2, or both, you then must decide whether you agree with the penalty that was imposed in this case, the sanction imposed in this case, which was, again, revocation and a fine. And if there are no questions, I will turn the floor over to Amy Douglas.
Thank you, Ms. Freno. Appreciate it.
Morning. So under our rules, an educator, once a recommendation has been made through the evidentiary hearing panel, they can reject that recommendation and request state board review. Ms. Avance was recommended for permanent revocation on the very first level at the ethics subcommittee. She rejected that, requested an evidentiary hearing. On the date of her evidentiary hearing, She did not contact our office. We, in fact, contacted her at the time of her hearing, and she declined to say that she would not show up, that she just had been avoiding our emails because she just didn't want to deal with it. So at that time, we gave her even the option to appear via Zoom if she would like to ask the board for a different date. She declined to do so. We put on evidence at the evidentiary hearing that at one point she was propositioned for sex by a student, and that she admitted to telling that student, "We'll see. Let's wait till after you graduate and we'll see." She also admitted to sending the same student the following message: "If my friend doesn't come over tonight, will you come over? I want to get some." Ms. Avance has shown disregard for the importance of this process, for the importance of her teaching license, as she is not even here today. The PLSB is asking you to uphold the recommendation and the sanction and permanently revoke her license. If there's any questions, I'll answer those now.
Start with Dr. Hill, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, so is it that she requested to appeal to this today?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if she hadn't requested that appeal, it would have gone through without our
It would have
approval.
gone on the consent agenda.
Okay, so, and did she indicate that she was coming?
She does not respond to our messages other than to say she rejects the sanction, which allows her to continue to stay in the classroom
Okay.
until a decision is made. And
Okay.
so, because the state board carries the final decision making on that, she has been able to remain in the classroom this time.
And she understood that this would be the final ruling?
Yes, she did.
Okay, because it's certainly a very sticky situation, but if she's not here, we can't go into it, so,
Right.
thank you.
Ms. Newton. Ms. McFettridge. Okay. Mr. Sutton.
No questions.
Ms. Chambers. Mr. Lookaday. Okay. There are no questions, then we are ready for a motion. Thank you, Ms. Douglas. I'm sorry.
No, and again, Ms. Dean, I just wanted to point out that this
Right.
is probably best taken as a
Three,
three-level
yes.
motion situation, with the first being the finding, whether the board concurs with the finding of facts of the Ethics Hearing Subcommittee.
Yes, thank you for the reminder. I wrote it down and said. Let's take this in three parts. Let's start with the findings. We would take a motion on whether or not we agree with the finding of facts from the PLSB.
Motion to accept the findings.
We have a motion to accept the findings from Mr. Sutton. Do I have a second? Seconded by Dr. Hill. Any discussion? Okay, if no discussion, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes. Okay, and then the second one is whether or not we agree with the determination of the violation of standards 1 or standard 2 or both.
I move that the educator violated standard 1 and standard 2.
Okay, we have a motion that determines that the educator violated standards 1 and 2 by Ms. Newton,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Sutton. Do we have any discussion? If there's no discussion, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, that motion passes. And the final motion that we're looking for is whether or not we agree with the penalty that is recommended by the PLSB for revocation of license and a $500 fine, I believe.
Motion to accept the recommendation of PLSB.
We have a motion to accept the recommendation by Mr. Sutton. Do we have a second? Seconded by Dr. Rankin. Do we have any discussion? No discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Okay. So thank you, Ms. Douglas, on that one. So the next one that we have is case number 21108. Nope, I'm sorry, excuse me. One moment, please. Carly Saraceni. Consideration of request for approval of nominated members for the PLSB board to replace members whose terms are vacant or expiring on June 30th. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair, Secretary Key, and members of the board. And we are going to miss you both, Ms. Chambers and our wonderful Teacher of the Year, and you know that. This morning, I'm here to ask for the approval of the recommendations to 2 members of our PLSB board. And one of those members is currently on there. I brought this person back in the spring to finish out another term, and they have re-recommended her, and that's Dr. Nita Bohammond, and she is at UAPB, and she is representing our institutions of higher ed. Ms. Dean, do we need to take these separate? Okay. So the or
yes.
can we?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
Together?
Yeah, that's together.
Okay,
is fine.
all right. So the other one is Dr. Greg Murray was representing our superintendents for AAEA, and he is retiring from education this year. So of course, he retired from our board, and we are recommending, Dr. Hernandez is recommending Dr. Harold Jeffcoat to take his place on the board. And then we have one more, Dr. Sheena Williamson, Assistant Superintendent of Searcy School District, has been nominated for a second term for AAEA as well, for the supervision and curriculum development.
Okay. So we have Dr. Harold Jeffcoat, Dr. Nita Bohannon, and Sheena Williams. Okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you. So we've heard the recommendations. What is the will of the board? All right, we have a motion to approve by Dr. Sarah Moore. Do I have a second? Seconded by Ms. Chambers. Any discussion? Seeing none, the motion, oh, sorry. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Ms.
Thank
Carter.
you.
Ms. Saraceni. All right. Next, we have Ms. Tracy Webb on consideration of one-year standards for accreditation waiver requests for Atkins School District. Good morning.
Good morning. Tracy Webb, Standards for Accreditation. The Atkins School District has submitted a waiver request for a one-year Standards for Accreditation waiver for teacher licensure for a science teacher, and I think Ms. Edgen should be here.
Hi, Dr. Edgen, Atkins School District.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for being here. Okay. So do we have, let's start with any questions. We'll start with Mr. Lookady. Okay, Chambers, Mr. Sutton, Ms. McFetrich.
No questions.
Dr. Moore, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Hill. Okay. Do you have anything that you wanted to add?
I do not.
Okay, all right, then
Thank
we'll
you.
look for a motion.
Approve the waiver request.
All right, we have a motion to approve the waiver request from Dr. Moore. Do we have a second? Seconded by Dr. Rankin. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations, Atkins School District. Okay, now we have Newport School District.
Yes, ma'am. The Newport School District is requesting a one-year Standards for Accreditation waiver for Standard 3A6 board training hours for the 2021 school year, and Mr. Brett Bunch is on the Zoom if you have questions.
Okay.
Good morning, Madam Chair,
Good
Mr.
morning,
Secretary,
Mr. Bunch.
board members. Thank you for allowing me to come before you this morning.
You're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Okay, let's start on this end. Do we have any questions, Dr. Hill, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Moore, Ms. Newton, Ms. McFetrich? Okay. Mr. Sutton, Ms. Chambers? Okay, Mr. Lookady. What y'all doing over there? Okay, so we don't have any questions. So we'll look for a motion. concerning?
I'll make the motion to approve this waiver
Okay, Ms.
for the
McFetrich.
Newport School District.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the waiver for Newport School District from Ms. McFetrich. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Bunch and Newport School District. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. All righty, next.
Okay, the Pulaski County Special School District is requesting a one-year standards for accreditation waiver for Standard 3A6 board member training hours for the 2021 school year. And I think Ms. Shawn Burgess is supposed to be on the Zoom.
Yes.
Yes, good morning, Board.
Good morning, Ms.
Shawn Burgess from Pulaski County Special School District.
Thank you for joining us today. All right, any questions? Seeing none, okay, we'll look for a motion.
I'll make the motion to approve this waiver.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to approve the waiver for Pulaski County Special School District. Second? Seconded by Dr. Rankin. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you for joining us, Ms. Burgess, and congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Ready for the next one?
Yes.
The next item is the approval of the final accreditation standards for the 2021 school year. Our rules state that the state board must review the recommendations of the final accreditation status from the division. Attached in your packet were the recommendations, and the 3 statuses of the schools that you just approved waivers for will be changed to accredited. So of the 262 districts and 1,050 schools are all accredited.
Thank you. Any questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment. I want to compliment all the districts and the schools and the department. During this last, this is fantastic any year, but to do it under the circumstances that we had this past year, to be able to keep school going and making sure students were getting what they needed and just being able to keep that high bar set and not lower standards during this past year, it's amazing. And I don't want to let the opportunity go by to compliment districts and schools and teachers and administrators and all of your team here at the department for the amount of work that went into going into seeming like something that we're just passing over and saying, yes, you did it. But you did it. Congratulations. It's a big deal. So thank you to all of you that worked so hard this past year.
Yes, thank you.
Chair, if I may add to that, I'm glad you paused us for a moment so we could stop and reflect on that. I tell my team all the time, I'm not good at celebrating. There's so much work. We don't do enough celebrating of our accomplishments. This one's a really big accomplishment. And I want to point to one of the things that I think made this so much easier this year is I still call it new standards for accreditation system. Ms. Kaufman and her team, Regent Sarkar and his team developing this system and changing how we do this. Changing so that it's not wait till the end of the year to see what turns red and everybody's scrambling to either get it fixed or to do overrides or to rush in here to get waivers, or the waivers that we've had to deal with are primarily, again, COVID related. But this system that we have now helps us identify as we go where the challenges are, where those potential pitfalls are, and help districts fix them as we go, not waiting until the very end. So. We didn't know we were going to deal with this when we worked on creating this system, but Ms. Kaufman, aren't we glad we have this system now? How much easier did it make this year to get us to where we are today? So, Ms. Newton, thank you for acknowledging that. Thank you for acknowledging the schools and the work that they've done. Tracy, Deb, Regent, the whole team, great job. And there were times this year I didn't think we'd get to this point, but we did. So thank you for acknowledging that.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that. It's important to pause and take the time to recognize great accomplishments, especially during times like these. So with that, do we have any other questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Dr. Moore. I'm trying. Do we have a second? Seconded by Susan Chambers. Any more discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. All right. All right, now we are to Arkansas Governor's School Site Selection Committee recommendations. And do we have Ms. Crystal Nail?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Crystal Nail, Office of Gifted and Talented Advanced Placement here at DESE. And I'm here to share the recommendation for the host site for Arkansas Governor's School for 2022 through 2024. The rules governing Arkansas Governor's School site selection were utilized to guide our process to help determine what this committee's recommendation was that we're going to present to you today. Presidents and chancellors of all four-year in-state Arkansas institutions were invited to submit proposals to host Governor's School. We received proposals from 3 institutions: Hendrix College, Arkansas Tech University, and Arkansas State University. The site selection committee reviewed those proposals and conducted site visits to each of those 3 sites. Included in the documents that you have with the meeting today are the proposals and budgets from each of those sites, as well as a brief description of the process that we use to arrive at the committee's recommendation. I'm here also, we have Sandra Johnson, who served as the Site Selection Committee Chair, and Sandy Ragland, the Site Selection Committee Co-Chair. Also joining us for the meeting today are Dr. Robin Lacey, the AGS Director at the current location and also the recommended location of Arkansas Tech, Dr. Jeff Woods, who served as Co-Director of the program at Arkansas Tech, and Dr. Robin Bowen, President of ATU, is with us via Zoom, I believe. So I'm pleased to present to you that Site Selection Committee's recommendation for the host site for Arkansas Governor's School of 2022 through 2024 of Arkansas Tech University. So presenting that to you for your approval.
Thank you. Okay, do we have any questions or comments? I'll start with Dr. Hill. And thank you all for joining us today. Appreciate you being here. I'm sorry. Dr. Rankin. Dr. Moore.
I would like for you all to share some of the highlights of the application and maybe what stood out in that selection process.
Okay, I think that's probably going to be something that's more appropriate for our site selection committee
Okay.
members. So Sandra and Sandy.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Thank you. I'm Sandra Johnson, and I'm glad to be here this morning. And your question was, what were some of the highlights?
Yes.
I would say one of the things that our committee talked about the most was that we just couldn't go wrong. That's a pretty good problem to have, is to have such good applications. So I'll start by saying that we had good applications. And I think, are you asking for what the highlights of tech?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the first things for me, and I think the committee at large, was the vision of the director. They worked together to present this to us, and their vision was strong, and she especially kept commenting to the fact that they hadn't met it yet. You know, they had goals, and you know, last year's COVID kind of messed Governor's School up a little bit. They did a great job with that, by the way. But and so it was their goals and where they wanted it to go, and their vision. They really shared that well with us. That was a strong piece. They also included an extra subject area in engineering that was impressive to us, that we thought kids would really benefit from. Their campus was very situated in a way that the kids could traverse the campus well, And so that was a positive thing to us. It felt safe. They had security that was actually with the local police force that worked on the campus with them. That was a strength to us, that there was some extra security there. Yeah, do you want to add some things? This is Sandy Ragland.
Good morning, Ms. Ragland. Welcome.
Good morning. Some of the things that I just heard comments from the committee was, one thing is that there are RAs that are in the buildings with students are former Governor School students, so they have had those experience and are able to share those with the kids who are there. Another thing that really impressed me personally was they had gotten an email or phone call, I'm not sure which, from a parent. They were a little concerned about the wording and the dress code that was so gender specific. And instead of just saying, oh, we're going to change this and this is what we're going to do, they're going to pull in a group of students when they get to Governor's School and have those students have input and actually rewrite that policy. So that really stood out to me as something. And it was just those types of things when we were on their campus that really made them stand out, I think.
One other positive that I noted was they extended Governor's School from just a 4-week time period where you check in and you check out, but they actually make connections with their kids prior to that, and they allow great communication after they leave. And so they kind of extend that community beyond just that 4 week of time on campus, which I thought was a positive for those students to have relationships with each other long term.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. Ms. Newton?
I would like to hear from the representatives from Arkansas Tech. Maybe tell us about lessons learned, things that you've learned through the process. I know COVID made it difficult this past year, but maybe some things that, as far as your vision, that you've adjusted, and then what your plans are for
Sure.
this coming years.
Yeah, so I'm Jeff Woods. I'm the co-director for Arkansas Governor School currently and hopefully in the future. I'm also a history professor at ATU.
Welcome.
I'm Robin Lacey. I'm the director of Arkansas Governor School. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
So it's been learning from day one. We had the first transition in the history of Governor School to a new institution. So learning about that transition itself, I think, was big. Sure, yeah, I'm sorry. I think from the start, we wanted to broaden our base of students, try to reach out to areas of the state that we haven't reached out to before and didn't have a good tradition of sending students to AGS. Mm-hmm. So that's been very important to us from the beginning, and so we created recruiting protocols and things like that that would allow us to do that. And we've had some success. We're still not done yet, but we've had some movement in that. Particularly North Central Arkansas, a little bit in Southeast, Southwest, and the Delta. But we hope to really push those. Central Arkansas and Northwest Arkansas are the key bases, and we always get those. I think also we've created, both through having to do it online last year and actually before that, we've created new systems for AGS, for registration and for selection that honestly work much more fluidly in an online environment than they had before. Our information services team created all new programs and did programming for this that they've donated to AGS and will be there regardless of where it goes. I think one of the sort of the central ethos that we've sort of followed as directors is that, you know, we love this at Arkansas Tech, but we're really in this for Governor School, and that's what we serve in these roles. And so anything that we could do to help with any future transitions or making Governor School generally better, that's what we were doing. One of the things that we learned with the online transition is this extension of contact time with the students. And so we discovered that if we we have this thing called WebEx, and WebEx is just basically it's like Zoom, but it has other tools so that we can put students in groups and they can communicate with each other through direct messaging, also share documents. They can also do video conferencing with each other. And we discovered in our online version of AGS that if we put that in our face-to-face version, we give them that ability to communicate with each other a couple of weeks before and then anytime after. It really extends the life of AGS and that connection with those students. So we do that with each of our classes. They also do it with these community groups that they're in. So they have this vast network of people that we sort of give them the tools to be able to use both before and after. So that's been a big lesson over time. I think curriculum is constantly changing. I think there are some great traditions at Governor School. There are things like our Area 2 curriculum is it's held pretty much to the 40-year tradition of Governor School. We're still using some of the same things that we used 40 years ago. But we also want to push it. We want to have some innovation. And so we used technology last time as kind of a focus. It's a light thread. It's not the central thing for any of the classes by any means, but it does connect them together. It gives us a common theme to discuss. In this next cycle, we're going to do community and community development, but we're still going to play on the technological infrastructure that Arkansas Tech has to do that. So engineering was a good example of that. We're going to do something called development engineering, and it's basically engineering for governmental, non-governmental, big community development projects. So it's mainly things like food and energy. If you're in a community that has problems with water, for instance, can you develop new ways to make wells or to do water distribution, things like that. So we're still taking advantage of the technology, but we're getting more into the other aspects of Arkansas Tech that I think are really valuable, which is civic engagement. We've made that part of our mission at the university, and then interdisciplinary work. And so it's the integration of all of this stuff that's really important to us.
The only other thing I'd add is I'm not originally from Arkansas, so I wasn't familiar with Governor School beforehand. And so it's been amazing to me to see this large amount of wonderfully intelligent students that come together and what they can accomplish when you get them together and allow them to work together. So that's been really fun for me to kind of see that. Trying to bring in from all areas of the state, as you said, that's one of my biggest goals. Making sure that everybody has access and not just ones that have money. So everybody has that ability, and so that's some of the things that I've been kind of focused on as we go through, and that I've learned through Governor School.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Appreciate you.
I love hearing that. We've talked about this with other initiatives that we are doing, making sure that everyone has access and trying to work harder to reach out to all parts of the state. So I love that. But I think that, and I love all the different activities that you're talking about. But I think the one thing that stood out to me is what you said. We want to do what's best. I don't care who gets the credit, but let's do what's best. And I think that kind of sums up what we are as a board. We want to do what's best for kids. And so I really appreciate that perspective.
I have to say my favorite part that I heard you say today was the opportunity for students to expand that community, that sense of community before they get there, and to have the opportunity to continue it after it. My oldest daughter, had the opportunity to go a few years back, and she still has those connections with people that she met through AGS today. And that was probably 3 or 4 years ago. So I think that's a great opportunity for them to.
We need RAs. Tell her to
Okay.
apply.
I'll let her know.
She's right in that age group too, where it works really well.
Yeah, but it was an amazing experience for her, and she has continued those friendships though thank you for what you're doing. And
Thank you.
thank you for the impact that you'll have on students' lives for the rest of their lives.
It's been an honor for both of us, it really.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay. All right. Do we have any more questions? Ms. McFetrich, questions or comments?
I just agree with what you said. I love the fact that they're going to make those connections with the students before and after the program. Wonderful idea.
Yes, definitely. Thank you. All right, Mr. Sutton.
Yes, did I understand, or this coming year, you'll be doing it virtual and face-to-face?
Yes. So we are encouraging the students to come face-to-face. It actually works much better as a residential program.
Right.
The online experiment was fantastic. We learned a lot. It was necessary. We didn't want to skip a year, but it's not ideal. You know, the students' interactions with each other day to day, between classes, walking across campus is honestly as valuable as anything that they're getting in the classroom. So we very much believe in that, and we're desperate to get back to residential. But we also understood that students were going to have various health and home life situations that might prevent them from being there. If they were accepted, we didn't want to, we didn't want to tell them you can't be here just because, your health's not well or you can't. And so we're doing a completely hybrid environment. And so everything that we do face-to-face will be streamed live to students and recorded for them if they can't make it at the time as well. So it's a completely hybrid environment.
And how many students do you hope to host?
So I think we have 375?
We have a total of 374 students that are attending this summer, and we have one that has chosen the virtual option so far this summer. And then we also want to make sure that if there are any health issues that happen during the session, it's also there, though they can go home but still have ability to participate. So there's a chance of more virtual as after the session.
Is it capped every year at 375?
No, it's capped at 400. We accepted 400 plus some alternates, but we haven't had, not everybody has chosen to attend. There was, with COVID and the pandemic, there's, as everything, I think we were happy with our applications, but again, there was a lot of uncertainty when they were applying. So, in terms of numbers, we'd like more, to apply. And then this summer, it's getting harder and harder for students to take the time because they have so many demands on their time as well. So I think that's part of our issue as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to give you an idea, the deadlines were in January. So if you can put your mindset back in January about deciding on these things, that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
Ms. Chambers? No? Mr. Luckadoo?
I just want to say thank you for the work that you're doing with this. I have a former student who's attending this year, and when you talk about accessibility, both geographically and economically, that's a big deal. Knowing where this student's coming, it's a big deal to him to be there, and knowing that you're doing that and making that impact on so many students each year, it's incredible. And just thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just also want to just touch on one more thing that I loved hearing is that you got information and feedback from your stakeholders. You got information and feedback from your parents, and so you're also having your student stakeholders help to solve that issue. And I love that. I love that you're not only involving your stakeholders, but you're engaging them and allowing them to be a part of the process and the solution. So thank you so much for what you're doing. Appreciate you. Okay, well with that, if we have no further discussion, then we are ready for a motion concerning their recommendation.
Motion to approve the recommendation of Arkansas Tech.
All right, we have a motion from Mr. Sutton to approve the recommendation for Arkansas Tech to be the host site. Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Chambers. Okay, do we have any further discussion on the motion? If not, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Ms. Smith, you want to say something?
When something looks seamless, it's because there was months of hard work.
Mhm.
And you
That's right.
guys don't know this lady that well, this Crystal Nell, and she's done an outstanding job.
Thank
Super
you.
proud of her for this process.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you
That is
so
true.
much
It
for
has
your work.
been months and months.
You make it look easy. Thank you so much.
I'm glad to be able to be part of it, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. This one. One moment. Bear with us for a second.
So, Tracy, the next items are under the 1 o'clock agenda. If we have anybody that if they're on Zoom now, then we could probably catch a few more of them.
Okay.
But if they're not, then we would want to wait till the 1 o'clock time. Okay.
Okay. Alrighty, then we will move forward with the 1 o'clock agenda. And first up is consideration of charter amendments for digital learning programs. Don Bitten and Tiffany Pride.
And Tracy Webb.
And Tracy Webb, sorry.
Several months ago, the
Distracted.
leadership team presented the same digital learning presentation that was presented to the state board several months ago. In May, the CAP approved several digital learning applications. The first one was for Siloam Springs High School. Their amendment request was for a 9-12 program, which is their charter school. They will offer an asynchronous and synchronous instruction with virtual and blended options through the use of an approved digital provider and licensed district staff. The application has also been reviewed by the DESE team, and their amendment would expire at the end of their charter, which would be 2024-25. So the decision for the state board today is to review or not review the charter panel's decision. And we have Superintendent Jody Wiggins on Zoom if you have any questions.
Thank you. Jody Wiggins, thank you so much. Where, let's see. I don't see you on here.
I'm here.
There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Wiggins, for joining us. All right. Do we have any questions? Let's start with Dr. Hill. Dr. Rankin. Dr. Moore. Ms. Newton. Ms. McFedrich. No questions, okay. Mr. Sutton, Ms. Chambers, Mr. Lookadoo. Okay, all right then. Well, with no questions, then we will look for a motion to approve or I'm sorry, review or not review for Siloam Springs High School.
I'll make the motion not to review Siloam Springs.
Okay, we have a motion to not review by Ms. McFedrich. Do we have a second? Seconded by Ms. Newton. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Ms. Webb, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wiggins, for joining us today. Congratulations.
The next digital learning application approved by the charter authorizing panel was for Lincoln High School. Their charter is a 9-12, and they will offer asynchronous and synchronous instruction with a virtual option through the use of an approved digital provider. The application has also been reviewed by the DESE team. This would expire at the end of their charter at the end of the 21-22 school year. And we have Janet Claybrook on Zoom.
All right. Good morning, Lincoln High School. I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Janet Claybrook, yes.
Thank you.
From
Ms.
Lincoln.
Claybrook. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, we're going to see if we have any questions. Mr. Lookadoo, Ms. Chambers, Mr. Sutton, Ms. McFedrich.
None.
Okay. Dr. Moore, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Hill. Okay, no questions. Ms. Claybrook. Okay.
Thank
So we are ready for a motion to either review or not review the application for Lincoln High School.
Motion not to review.
We have a motion to not review by Mr. Sutton.
I'll second.
seconded by Dr. Rankin. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Claybrook, and congratulations. Have a great day.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
The next charter, or the next amendment approved by the Charter Authorizing Panel was for Harrison High School. They also have a 912 charter that will offer an asynchronous and synchronous instruction with a virtual option through the use of an approved digital provider and licensed staff. The application has been reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter will expire at the end of the 24-25 school year. And from the district, we have Dr. Stuart Pratt.
All right, Dr. Kraft, thank you for joining us today. Pratt,
Good morning.
excuse me.
Thank you. Mhm.
Okay, do we have any questions for Harrison High School? None. Okay, Ms. McFetrich?
No question.
Okay. All right, so we are looking for a motion to review or not review for Harrison High School's application. Amendment request. We have a motion to not review by Ms. Newton. Second? Second. Seconded by Ms. Chambers. Any discussion? If not, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Pratt. Thank you for joining us today. Have a good one.
The last amendment approved by the Charter Authorizing Panel in May was for the Mountain Home High School Career Academies, that is grades 9 through 12. They will offer an asynchronous and synchronous instruction with a virtual option through a digital learning provider and licensed staff. The application has been reviewed by the DESE team. Their charter will expire in 2024-25, and Dr. Jake Long is on Zoom from the district.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Long. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have any questions for Mountain Home for Mr. Long? Start on, no questions. Ms. McFetrich?
Yes, I was just curious. I haven't seen the term digital instructional designers before. Who is that? Is that a local staff in your district or outside the district?
Yes, they are. Their staff that received a stipend this past year that worked initially to really implement our learning platform. But that was a local thing that we put forward last year that seemed to be very, very helpful this past year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, then we'll look for a motion to review or to not review for Mountain.
I'll make the motion not to review.
Motion by Ms. McFetrich to not review. Second? Seconded by Dr. Moore. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Long and Mountain Home. Thank you for joining us today. All right, Ms.
The
Webb.
next item approved by the Charter Authorizing Panel in May was for an amendment request for the Jacksonville Lighthouse Charter to absorb the Capital City Lighthouse and Pine Bluff Lighthouse into the Jacksonville Charter, and to change the name to the Arkansas Lighthouse Academies, and to request additional waivers. Ms. LaShonda Noel is on the Zoom. If you have any questions, and your decision again is to approve, review, or not review the Charter Panel's decision.
Thank you, Ms. Webb. Welcome, Ms. Noel. How are you doing?
Good morning.
Good morning. Glad to have you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see. Do we have any questions? Start on Mr. Lukadu's side. No questions. Ms. Chambers, Mr. Sutton, Ms. McFetrich. Any questions?
I do. Maybe you can talk to us a little bit about how you're going to consolidate Pine Bluff into your district or your charter. I know you're going from 190 students or 190 student days to 178. How do you think that will affect your students?
We've surveyed our parents and our school communities. Our parents have requested that we look at our days. Some of our families are in 2 separate districts. They are in our district as well as the local Pine Bluff School District. And so we're trying to assist them with some of their issues around having students in school longer than the traditional school district. But we also are going to assist our students with continuous learning through our summer program that we plan to offer. So they won't really miss those days because we will offer them the opportunity to be a part of our summer program moving forward.
Will the summer program involve all the schools?
Yes, all of our Arkansas Lighthouse schools will lift a summer program moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
I would just like to hear I know we're not reviewing today, but I still would like to hear just a little bit about what your plans are for two of the ones that you're absorbing have difficulties academically and students having problems in literacy and math and other areas. What are your plans as you absorb them to help students? Other than, and I like the idea of the summer school for all of them, but what other types of things are you going to do to address those problems?
I'm going to, we're all here together, even though you don't see us, we're all sitting around one computer. So I'm going to shift over to Mr. Isaiah Cosio, who serves as our academic lead.
Good morning, Ms. Cosio.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for the question. Ralph Isaiah Cosio, Vice President of Academics. So one of the things that we are looking at and we are going to be doing is twofold. One, by consolidating, it allows all of our schools to have access to access to better professional development as we're able to bring all of our monies together. That's one thing. You know, right now we kind of have to make a decision who gets what and that kind of thing. The same thing is true for our curriculum in general. So by combining, we're able to get steeper discounts, which helps us just there. The other part of it is as we get on the same schedules, we're on the same calendars, we're able to offer the same, not only just offer the same professional development, but the professional learning communities. Some of our stronger teachers that are in Jacksonville are able to share those best practices with our teachers in Palm Bluff and Capital City. And so it just increases the synergy between all three districts, allowing for us to have just increase the overall efficacy of all of our schools because we're able to work together just a whole lot easier than we are currently as three separate districts.
Okay, thank you. Very good. Ms. Webb, I just had a comment for y'all. I know in the past these waivers today are not our charter applications today were different than normal, but just I missed the voting sheet that we normally have with that tells how they voted and maybe some reasoning behind that. And so these were not difficult decisions, but sometimes they are, and that is very helpful.
So I don't think we did voting sheets for the digital learning applications, but the one for the Jacksonville Lighthouse, we're making a transition to another person for charter, and so I think in that process it was accidentally left off, but I will email it to you as soon as I get back to my computer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Moore? No questions? Dr. Rankin? Dr. Hill? No questions. Okay. Well, with that, let's see. We are ready for, oh, hold on.
Deborah Kaufman, Polk School Accountability. Just for clarification, because I think we left the charter panel meeting a little muddy on this, and we have since cleaned this up. This Jacksonville Lighthouse charter is taking on 3 schools under one charter. So that new charter, Arkansas Lighthouse Academies, will be the name of the charter. And then they will have 3 separate campuses that will maintain their separate LEAs, just like a school. So there'll be like a district with 3 schools. So we've all come to an agreement, and she can acknowledge that, just so we have that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman.
Ms. Kaufman, could you stick around after the vote? I would like for you to introduce our new charter person.
We'll do it.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. You can go ahead, Mrs. Noel.
Yes, ma'am. I was just acknowledging that is what we were requesting.
Okay, thank you. We have that on record. All right, well, with that information, we are ready for a motion to either review or not review the the amendment request for the Arkansas Lighthouse Academies.
Motion to not review?
We have a motion to not review by Mr. Sutton,
Second.
seconded by Dr. Hill. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Mrs. Noel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. Thank you all for joining us, the ones that we can't see. Good to see y'all, but not see y'all. Okay. All right, Mrs. Kaufman.
Ms. Dean, and board members, it's my great pleasure to introduce Tim Johnston. Tim has been in our standards and system support team, and he has accepted the position to be our new charter director.
All right.
He'll do a fabulous
Welcome,
job.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you.
We're so glad to have you. Would you like to say a few words?
I just appreciate the opportunity, and I look forward to getting to know all of you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was, you know, we talked earlier about talent. Tim had been, before his transformation, was at CTE, and now, you know, it's amazing the talent we have and how they can just step into roles. And I'm confident, you know, Tim is, I worked with Tim before he became part of my team, now working with him as part of the team, as part of Ms. Kaufman's team, and now with Charter, looking forward to what he's going to build on with the previous charter directors. So glad to have him on board. The reason that he's on board, Tracy is moving into a different role within the agency in finance. So have an opportunity again to utilize some fantastic talent. Cindy Smith has left the agency and taken a position at Mountain View School District. So you know, that will be a much shorter drive for her from Denard, the suburbs of Denard, to Mountain View versus driving down here on Highway 65 every day. But as those things change, we have people who are stepping up in roles and filling those roles very capably. So I just want to make sure that as some of the faces and names change, that we try to keep y'all apprised of the different people you will see doing different things now. So thanks, Tim, for saying yes.
Thank you. All right, let's see. We have a couple. Okay, great. Okay. All right, lunch is here. So what we're going to do is take a break, and we'll come back at 1 o'clock to continue the rest of the agenda. So thank you so much, and we are adjourned for lunch. Yeah, that was good. Yeah. All right. We're going to get started again. We're going to go to our 1 o'clock agenda. We got started on part way earlier. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for joining us. We have transitioned over to our digital learning applications and waivers. And then we're going to have Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon,
Good
Stacy
afternoon.
Smith. Okay, so we have these bundled in 4 groups. And so I'm going to kind of walk you through how I think we're going to attempt it today, okay, and see how this one works. So the thought is I'm going to kind of present the bundle to you. If there's a school or something you want to pull out and go further into, I'll pull it to the side and we'll do that at the end, okay? And we'll kind of, and if you are good with who else is on there, we'll go ahead and do the vote. If not, we'll just keep moving it through. So the first group I have on here is, there are 4 schools and they're 7th through 12th grade. It's South Conway County, Riverside, Kirby, and East End. I will note that 2 of these school districts still, their application says 5 years, but again, the board can always amend that in your action. So is there any of those schools that you would like to ask more questions about and for me to pull?
Riverside.
Riverside, okay. Anyone else? Riverside for you?
Ma'am.
I have a question for Southside, I'm sorry.
Okay, so I'll pull Southside.
South Conway, maybe?
So we've got South Conway County and Riverside we're both going to ask questions to in just a second. Are we good with Kirby and East End? Are you wanting to amend Kirby's application to 3 years? Is that probably going to be what, okay. So at this time, we'd ask that you would make a motion for Kirby and East End for an approval for 3 years.
Okay, do we have any discussion on that? No? So looking for a motion.
Move to approve Kirby and East End for 3 years.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Newton to approve Kirby and East End for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Thank you.
Look, that was an expedited process. That was good. Okay, next bundle. Okay, so this one actually, these 3 schools are working with Arkansas River, so they're cooperative. It's Whitehall, Sheridan, and Stuttgart. So are there questions for the consortium or any of those 3 schools?
I just wanted to say thank you for the extra information. I would have had questions without it, and so that was very helpful, so I appreciate the department gathering all that information.
Thank you. We've got some smart people back there working hard, so I appreciate that.
Okay. So we don't. Okay.
So they all amended their applications to reflect 3 years.
All right, if we don't have any questions or anything else to be pulled, then we're ready for a motion.
Was Whitehall not 2 years?
I noted on their note that they were 3 years, but let me check.
I have 3 years on my list.
You
Okay.
have 3 on yours?
All right, I thought I'd seen 2 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. We just need a motion. If there's none to be pulled from this batch.
Motion to approve Whitehall and
Sheridan and Stuttgart
Sheridan and Stuttgart.
3 years.
for 3 years.
3 years application.
Okay, we have a motion to approve Whitehall, Sheridan, and Stuttgart for 3 years by Mr. Sutton. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second by Ms. McFetrich. Any other questions or discussion? Then all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes.
The next bundle we have for you is another consortium with Dawson Educational Cooperative. That's Centerpoint School District, Bismarck, and Arkadelphia. Each are asking for 3 years. Is there anyone that has a question about one of those?
Was Dawson the one we saw last month?
No,
Have
that
we
was
had
Guy Fincher.
Guy Fincher. Okay, I do have some questions of Dawson.
Okay. So I'm just going to pull that bundle, but you want me to pull the whole bundle, Dr. Moore?
I don't know. It shouldn't be too long questions, but yes, I guess so. Because
Okay.
my questions are on their K6 piece, and it looks like the whole bundle has K6.
Okay, so
yes.
we'll pull that. All right, and then the last group was, these were kind of odds and ends, folks. So we had Alma, Bald Knob, Deer Mount Judy, El Dorado, Brooklyn, and Elkins. Is there any questions or concerns or any of those you'd like me to pull?
I would like to, talk to Alma, Deer Mount Judy.
Alma and Deer Mount Judy.
And then is this our first time to have the Northwest Arkansas Co-op? Have we had
Northwest Arkansas Co-op?
consortium?
Yes, and I did not catch that they were on there as a consortium, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just didn't know. I don't have any questions. I just didn't know if we'd talked to them at all before.
They've been a part of the Zooms, but they have not presented like Guy Fincher has.
Okay.
Any other questions about any of the other districts? Well, I want to give you time to look because I know there's several there.
Did you say Bald Knob or not?
No, I didn't, but I probably.
Would you like me to pull Bald Knob and ask some questions there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think they answered my questions, but I just
That's okay.
have some. Okay.
Okay, so we pulled Alma, Bald Knob, and Deer Mount Judy. And so the 3 remaining that we have on there are El Dorado, Brooklyn, and Elkins. El Dorado was for 3 years, Brooklyn was for 2, and Elkins was for 3 years. So if we were to do a motion, you can just say as cited in their application, number of years as within their application.
Okay, we're ready for a motion whenever anyone's ready. For, let's see, El Dorado, Brooklyn, and Elkins school districts.
I'll make the motion to approve El Dorado, Brooklyn, and Elkins
As cited.
as their applications for the years needed.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Ms. McFetrich to approve El Dorado, Brooklyn, and Elkins for the number of years as cited in the application. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sutton. If there's no further discussion, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. So what I have is Riverside, South Conway, Dawson, Alma, Deer Mount Judy, and Bald Knob.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So let's start with, I believe, South Conway County.
Yep, so on your agenda, South Conway County would be the first one. And I believe there's somebody from the school district on the Zoom.
Okay.
Yes, I was just curious as to how the teletherapies will work. You've got listed for dyslexia, speech, and OP, PT, and special ed, and ESL services. Can you talk to us a little bit about how that will work?
Well, we have staff that are trained to provide those therapies either in person or via teletherapy, and they did do that during this school year. You know, we send the manipulatives. If it's something like connections, we have kits that are at home, so they're doing it at the same time through a Zoom link or a Google Meets link. If it's dyslexia therapy, we have a full-time ELL coordinator that provides support and services that can do that remotely. And what were some of your other concerns for the teletherapies?
That was all. I just didn't know how they worked, if they were in person or on site, but I imagine that depends on the student's needs.
Yes, ma'am, and we make it available. If they prefer to do that in person on site, just for part of the day, we're gonna work with them and let them do that face-to-face or provide that teletherapy option as well.
Okay, and then apparently you also work with your parents and let them know how that works?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. That's all the question I have.
Okay, we'll start with Dr. Hill, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Moore, Ms. Newton, Mr. Chambers. Okay, all right. So we have no further questions. So if there are no further questions or discussion, then we are ready for a motion for South Conway.
I will note that South Conway's application indicated 5 years, so you'd need to, you wanted that to be 3.
All right, so we have the waiver request for South Conway County School District for 5 years. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve South Conway School District waiver for 3 years.
Okay. We have a motion from Rita Newton for the approval of the South Conway County School District for 3 years. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, I think I heard Mr. Sutton first. Mr. Sutton seconded. Okay, do we have any discussion on the motion? Okay. Then all in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes for South Conway. Ms. Hendricks, thank you for joining us and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good one. Okay.
Riverside?
Riverside.
Okay, so Riverside, right now we have, their number of years was 1,
Okay.
and there should be someone on the Zoom for Riverside.
All right, who do we have with us from Riverside?
My name is Matt Ziegler. I'm the high school principal.
Mr. Ziegler, thank you so much for joining us today. All right, let's start
Yes,
with,
ma'am.
no questions? No questions? No questions? Ms. McFetrich?
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Newton?
I know I've asked several questions of you already, and I appreciate your responses. That was very helpful. From what I'm understanding from the correspondence is that your core classes, main classes, will be teacher created, where your teachers are going to be in a dual role in the classroom and then also doing the online. That Virtual Arkansas is just going to supplement for some classes that you cannot offer there on campus. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. Our district has invested in these swivel devices that make it much easier for our teachers to serve in that dual role. And then we will only be using Virtual Arkansas supplementally, as we do with our in-person kids on a regular basis.
Okay, so talk to me a little bit about this dual role that teachers are going to be serving. Are they going to have set times during the day that they will be teaching virtual students? Are there going to be any synchronous times that these teachers are going to be available? How is that going to work?
They are going to be teaching simultaneously with this swivel device. It's an iPad that sits on, it's in every teacher's classroom, a device called a swivel. And a teacher wears a microphone around their neck. And basically the swivel device keeps the the iPad on the teacher. And within 3 clicks, they can have that uploaded to the Google Classroom. And so it's minimal as far as what it's added to our teachers. In fact, a lot of our teachers have really enjoyed having the swivel device. That this helps for absences as well as our virtual students.
Okay. What about planning time for teachers to be able to make sure that their virtual students are getting what they need as far as supplemental extra help, or are they on task? Or are the teachers getting any extra planning time for that?
They get the same amount of planning time. However, we have other dedicated staff to facilitate with the students as far as getting anything extra things that they needed. It's the way we've operated while under the pandemic all year this year, and it's worked pretty flawlessly for the kids that virtual learning is good for.
About how many students are you looking at to place in this virtual program next year?
As of right now, out of our building that holds almost 400 kids, we have 8 applicants.
8? Is that what you said, 8?
8. Yes, ma'am. 8.
Okay.
Single digits.
Okay. All right. I had one other question. No, flew out of my mind.
We've already had a parent meeting. Yeah. Well, we've had a parent meeting, and it's been successful so far, and we're really looking forward to doing it again next year.
Okay.
I apologize if my internet connection is slow. I'm actually in Wyoming right now.
Well, congratulations for a good vacation.
Yeah. I'm at my sister's house in Wyoming.
What has been the response from your teachers and your input from your teachers?
We have surveyed teachers as well as parents as well as students. Obviously, digital learning is not gonna fit, the mold does not fit every child. And so what we've tried to do is take the information that we have learned this year and really let it help the kids that really do thrive under the digital learning atmosphere. The teachers have really liked it, as well as the students. As far as the obviously it's had its pitfalls whenever we just allow anybody to do it. But since we're doing an application type process for it now and having these parent meetings, I think it will go much smoother and even more smoothly next year.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dr. Moore?
Covered most of my questions, but I did want to ask, as far as your policy, because you're doing it this way, it seems like it might be more seamless for a student to transition in and out of virtual, which might be a good thing or might also be harmful if you're having students move. Are you going to have them commit to a year or semester? What do your policies look like around that?
Students can apply semester. If they do not live up to the expectations of the program, they can return at quarterly.
Okay, thank you.
But they can only change once throughout the school year.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Moore. Those are all your questions? Yes, okay. Dr. Rankin?
No questions.
Dr. Hill, no questions. Okay. All right.
I do have a question, Ms. Dean, I'm sorry.
No problem.
I noticed your application only said asynchronous, but yet if you're working with Virtual Arkansas, it would be also synchronous. Does that need to be adjusted? on the waiver form?
We could adjust it. It will only affect a very small number of students. Our Virtual Arkansas, as we said earlier, most kids will be taking classes with our teachers. They may have one class with Virtual Arkansas, and if we need to amend that to say asynchronous and synchronous, that's no problem at all.
Ms. Smith, is that something we need to do?
You got a question for Ms. Smith? Ms. McFetrich?
I didn't know if his application needed to say asynchronous and synchronous, being that they're using Virtual Arkansas, and Virtual Arkansas does use synchronous.
Yeah, and I had Miss Harp, Tally Harp, who is working with us on this. She just looked up the application, and in the interaction section, it does say synchronous and asynchronous. So they do indicate that in their application that it's both.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you.
Okay. All right, if there's no further questions or discussion, then we are ready for a motion for Riverside School District for their application for 1 year.
Motion to approve.
Becky, we have a motion to approve from Mr. Sutton for Riverside School District for 1 year. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Chambers. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Ziegler. Thank you for being with us today.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate y'all.
You're welcome. Have a good one. All right. Ms. Smith.
So the next bundle was the Dawson Educational Service Cooperative, and I'm going to go ahead and just all three schools at the same time: Centerpoint, Bismarck, and Arkadelphia. And I know I saw Mr. Beckwith on here with the co-op. So if you wanted to start with the co-op themselves, they are on here as well. And all three of those districts were for 3 years.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bismarck. I'm sorry. Good morning, or good afternoon. Okay, let's see. Let's start with Mr. Lookadoo. No questions, Mr. Sutton?
No, ma'am.
Ms. McFetrich?
One question, and I think it's for several of them. I noticed you're going to do the dyslexia screening virtually. Maybe talk to us a little bit about that. I haven't really seen that from other districts. I'm a little concerned about doing a test virtually for a kindergarten through second grader. Somebody? Bismarck was doing theirs virtually along with Arkadelphia, their dyslexia screening virtually, unless I misunderstood.
Okay, do we have anyone on there?
We will use, and of course it's just like I believe it was South Conway County that said, we will give parents an option. Of course, it's always best to do everything in person if we can. So we will try to get our parents to bring the students on site, and we have a safe room that's right off the back side of our campus, so a location that we can take students to that will not be in the mainstream of all the buildings. So hopefully we can, you know, for all of our services, anything that we can get parents to bring our students to on site is always going to be for the best. But, you know, just like some of the assessments and stuff, you're always going to have some parents that are just not comfortable with that. And we're not going to have any choice but to provide some of those services and to do some of that assessing virtually. So if that's the case, then we will just monitor and adjust and do what we need to do to, you know, to handle our assessments and the other things the best we can virtually. It's better to do something virtually than to not have it done at all. So best case scenario, they're willing to work with us. We can provide that space that is not going to have their child in the mainstream and interacting with other students if they still have those COVID concerns. But, you know, if they're not comfortable with that, then we will absolutely do whatever we can to accommodate.
Okay, thank you for that. What district are you from? I'm sorry. What district were you from?
I'm sorry, Bismarck.
Bismarck. Okay, thank you.
Bismarck.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, Ms. Newton? Dr. Moore?
This is for the co-op. For the K-6, I like that it looks like you'll be doing daily reading, Zoom, face-to-face with students. But I did have concern about class sizes. Can you speak as to why y'all chose to band the grades together and do larger class sizes? Yes, and this would be certainly for the co-op, as those teachers, in my understanding, will be employed by the co-op.
Do we have anyone on from the co-op?
I definitely saw Mr. Beckwith on there earlier. Is there anybody on the Zoom from the Dawson Co-op?
I saw Darren and Candace both on here just a few minutes ago.
They've been on here most of the morning, and then they were on after lunch.
Did they have?
Stacy, if she can hear us.
Oh, there he is. There they are.
All right. Welcome, Mr. Beckwith.
I got
Sorry about that. We're preparing to get one of our districts over here for some space usage, and I mean, the minute you guys came to us, the connection went out. So
we're on Mr. Beckwith's cell phone right now on his cell data because our internet is completely shut down.
Thank you for joining us.
Can you hear?
Okay, did you want to repeat that
Yes.
question? Did you hear the question?
I can't, can you, I'm sorry, I cannot hear you.
Can you hear?
Barely, go ahead.
Okay, my question revolved around the class sizes at the elementary levels. It looks like you're going to band together grades. Why did you choose to do that and have larger class sizes?
Okay, I think, let's see, hang on, make sure I can hear. Turn the volume. Let's see. We're having a tough time hearing you. I think, Dr. Moore, that you mentioned about class size.
Yes.
So what we did is our districts, they purchased seats, so we had a max of 179, and then we took the 179 and just kind of looked to see what our teachers could handle. So we sat down and we developed like a schedule. I believe we have 47, it's around 45 to 47 for K1, and we developed where they can Zoom 5 days a week with each grade band, and also they can Zoom 3 days a week. And we still have room for individual Zooms where there's plenty of time. All the teachers will have a prep period every day, and they, of course, have their lunch. And we banded the grades together because our majority of our focus will be on math and literacy, with Edgenuity kind of as a supplement, and then Edgenuity will be the core curriculum for science and social studies. So we feel confident that they can handle that, and of course, if need be, if we needed to revisit and hire more staff, we would do that. And I have to put the phone up to my ear so I can hear. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Okay, so you already have employed, so I mean, a second to fourth grade teacher doing 66 students is a lot. That person is comfortable with that number and feels that they're going to be able to give as much as necessary to all students.
I believe, I'm so sorry, we're on his cell phone and it's really hard to hear you. I guess you guys can hear us, but we're having a tough time hearing you. We do feel, I heard about the 66 students. It's second, third, and then part of the fourth grade. And really, we have less than 100 students right now. We do not think we'll even get to the 179. And we do feel confident that based on our schedule and the number of Zooms that we set up for literacy and math, that the teachers will be able to be with all of those students every day. They're going to be Zooming at all times. All of our staff is trained in capturing kids' hearts, so we have the social emotional piece, and we feel confident that they'll be able to keep in contact with those students and stay on top of them, that they can learn and accomplish all of the standards and things that they need.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't know about the other districts, but just speaking for Bismarck, I also have facilitators set up on my campus to also, work with those students to make sure from a district standpoint that we're making sure that those kiddos are being taken care of, that they're staying on top of everything, that that facilitator for each campus will be working with, the Dawson person and so forth to make sure that that communication and that collaboration is going both directions, so that, we still have that, that piece from the district to the co-op and so forth. Can you see this?
Okay, thank you. All right, Dr. Rankin. Okay, Dr. Hill. Okay. All right, so I think those are all the questions and comments we have for the consortium. So I think we can just take this all at once, or do they have different?
Yes, so it was Centerpoint, Bismarck, and Arkadelphia are the three schools asking for 3 years.
Okay. All right, so we're for a motion for Centerpoint, Bismarck, and Arkadelphia for however many years, and they asked for 3.
Approved for 3 years.
All right, we have a motion from Ms. Newton to approve Dawson, Centerpoint, Bismarck, and Arkadelphia for 3 years. Do we have a second? Seconded by Dr. Rankin. If there's no further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Mr. Beckwith. Is it Ms. Kassir? Kazire. And the rest of your team, thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Have a great day.
You're welcome. You too. All right, Ms. Smith.
The next district I'm showing on the list would be Alma. Okay, so Alma School District, is there somebody on the Zoom from Alma?
David Woolley, Superintendent.
I'm sorry, could you say the name again?
David Woolley.
David Woolley. Okay, thank you so much. Welcome. Glad to have you here today. Okay, let's start with Mr. Lookadoo, Ms. Chambers, Mr. Dawson, Ms. McFetrich. Did you have any questions, Ms. McFetrich? No? Okay. Ms. Newton? No? Okay. Dr. Moore?
Yes, thank you all for being here today. I noticed on your application, one thing that stood out I hadn't seen before is it said that students couldn't do AP or pre-AP virtually. They would have to come to campus. Why did y'all choose to do it that way?
I'm going to let someone else answer that question for you. This is Pam Treese, our Assistant Superintendent for Curriculum and Instruction.
Okay.
Good afternoon. We, as a secondary team, decided that it was in our students' best interest to be face-to-face if at all possible. And we wanted to take any applications for virtual opportunity in consideration if students felt like they could not attend face-to-face, that we would possibly set up an alternative classroom for that and schedule them in a different way, instead of impeding into the regular classroom. So that's the way we decided to approach it. At this point, we don't have any applications for virtual in the secondary level, so on an AP class. So we're pretty confident that that's not going to be a need.
Okay, so students who will take regular courses at the secondary level, will those teachers be doing a dual role, or will they have a separate class period to do that virtual instruction?
It will be facilitated by teachers who are designated as the virtual teacher in the general ed population of classes. So there will not be a mix of virtual and face-to-face in a classroom.
Okay. Why did you all choose to do it that way? Was it staffing constraints or?
No, no, it wasn't. It was preference of teachers and just being able to segregate their job requirements in meeting the needs of their face-to-face students. And we just felt like we could have that personal conversation with parents and students and direct them to meet their needs with whatever they chose to do. So that's really our starting point. And at this time, which we're early in the game in the scheduling part, but at this point, we're not seeing any interest in it. So we think we've made a good decision. The numbers may dictate otherwise.
How many students do you have currently for elementary K-5?
0.
Okay.
Yes, and we do have the component built in from our gifted and talented program to address the needs, of that population, which is just the flip side of the secondary student who might choose to do an AP.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Rankin? Dr. Hill, okay. All right, thank you so much for answering those questions for us. So we are looking for a motion for Alma to approve for how many years? 3 years. So we just need a motion.
Motion to approve the Alma application for 3 years.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the Alma application for 3 years by Mr. Sutton. Do we have a second?
Second. I'm sorry.
Second by Ms. Newton. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank y'all so much for joining us, Mr. Woolley and your team. Congratulations, and y'all have a great day. Okay, next we have.
So I have Bald Knob. So Bald Knob School District, and I believe we have Melissa Gibson on the Zoom for Bald Knob.
All right, Ms. Gibson.
Melissa is on, but it's Marcy Duggar, the Federal Programs Director. I'm the one that actually drew up the plan.
Okay, so Marcy Duggar.
Welcome, Ms. Duggar.
Thank you.
For being with us today. Okay, let's start on this end. Mr. Hill, Dr. Rankin, Dr. Moore.
Yes, thank y'all for being here today. So can you speak to me for your K-6? You'll be using Pearson Connects. Why y'all chose to go that route, and what supports will local teachers or the school provide to those students?
We chose to go that route because we didn't want to have the mixed dual role for our teachers this year. It was just it was just hard on everybody. And so as far as them having direct contact with our teachers, there's not going to be as much as that. I am the point of contact. I will be checking in weekly on attendance, and I will be checking in on grades and checking in with the Pearson, whoever's put in charge to be in contact with our school. An issue where they need an intervention, I'll reach out to the parents, and then if it becomes to where they're failing, then they will be brought back to on-site.
Okay. And will that be, I guess I didn't understand too, the role of your co-op? Do they have a role in the K-6 or middle school or what?
The co-op is on here.
Hi, this is Brad Horn, Director of Wilbur Mills Cooperative. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, our role, I've got Alicia Hayes, our Assistant Director, and Brooke Singletary is here with us, part of our team. Our role, we we looked at options and gave our districts 3 different options of vendors to go with, and we kind of landed on Pearson, and we went, you know, using teacher and content because we've seen kind of a downward trend in the numbers. If we set a deadline and our numbers were pretty high on the students that were going to participate with digital. And then, as I said, and as you've seen with other locations, we saw a downward trend. So we settled on Pearson as a group after looking at all of the options for 3 different vendors.
That's true. And one of the reasons we did select Pearson, we did comparison studies with several vendors. We like the fact that the Pearson teachers are Arkansas certified teachers. We like the fact that we can ensure that they are either science of reading trained or involved in the science of reading training currently, just like our regular classroom teachers are in Arkansas. We really like the fact that Pearson takes very seriously the school role with the children. We wanted to make sure that we set up a situation where folks like Ms. Marcy could be very, very connected to those students. So their dashboard is phenomenal, and Ms. Marcy and a parent can look at that at any time, every day, and detect any issues. Also, when we were working with Pearson, we had a very collegial relationship, and to be perfectly honest with you, we have asked them to up their game in some areas, and they have done so to meet the needs, especially of our lower elementary learners. So we've been very pleased with their response to what folks like Ms. Marcy see as needs for the students in their districts.
For the K-6, how many students will your co-op have currently enrolled?
We still don't have final numbers on that, Ms. Moore, Dr. Moore. We started out with pretty high numbers, and it caused us some concern. But as I said, we've had a downward trend, and that number still declines. So we're still trying to fill that out and see how many we'll have. But it'll. I mean, just guessing, I'm expecting far below what we initially started with.
Some of our districts have reported to us that even as a K-6, they have as low as 3 to 5 students that they anticipate.
Okay. Is devices and internet, is that provided by Pearson or by the local district?
That'll be provided by the local district and the hotspots, yeah, the Wi-Fi, all that will still be provided through our school district.
Okay. And the per pupil, what does the contract with Pearson look like?
It's a per pupil expenditure, and it's an all-inclusive price. Then that is one of the reasons we chose it as well, because it is an all-inclusive service. So they will ship to the home of the student any materials that are needed for the course.
Okay.
And I'll tell you, Dr. Moore, at this time I have sent out, we've done a Google Form survey we've sent out on social media. And I also personally sent out letters to the families of those who were virtual this year. And honestly, at this point, we have 0 responses for virtual interest next year at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you all. That's my questions for now.
Thank you.
When I first read your application, I'll admit I had some concerns because of the vendor avenue, being out of state and you know, wasn't sure about the touch, especially for K2, and I appreciate the adjustments that y'all have made in your application as far as K2, making sure that they had the daily homeroom and the science of reading instruction. And so I want to say thank you for doing that, because I think it will have a positive impact on students. One thing that I do still have a little bit of concern about is the touch at the local district, not just checking attendance and checking assignments, but just checking on students and having that connection with the district itself, seeing for needs and checking for needs. And so what are you going to do to address at the district level the needs of students, of those particular students?
Yes, ma'am. We will, obviously, I mean, I plan on not only just checking the dashboard stuff, but reaching out and trying to be that connect between our school with the families. I think maybe I thought it was in our plan every week or two that I will personally reach out through email or phone call to these parents just to do some checking. And honestly, these kids that we know have needs already, our counselors will be on hand for us to make sure we're double checking on these kids. They're very important to us. We want them in school, but I know there's just the fact that some of them can't come for whatever reason, and we still want them to be a part of Bald Knob school system. We don't want to push them off on anybody else. So, I mean, we are Capturing Kids Heart School as well and have been for 3 or 4 years now. And so we will be in touch with these families and these kids on a weekly, if not bi-weekly basis, and make sure that their needs are being met. And that sort of, they're getting the food and the things that they need. We'll make sure that that is taken care of. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. McFetrich, did you have a question?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Sutton? Ms. Chambers? Mr. Lookaday? No? Okay, great. All right, well, we are on Bald Knob School District, and they have asked for
Bald Knob was 3 years.
3 years. That's what it is. Okay. So we are ready for a motion for Bald Knob, who requested a waiver for 3 years.
I'll move to approve the 3-year waiver for Bald Knob.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rankin.
Second.
And seconded by Dr. Hill for 3 years for Bald Knob. So if there's no further questions, then all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes for Bald Knob School District. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations. Thank you, Ms. Duggar.
Thank you so much for y'all's time. We appreciate y'all.
Wilbur Mills, thank you all as well. Have a good one.
You too.
So the last one we have is Deer Mount Judy, and let me see if they are on. I've got a text message saying that they had gotten that their internet went down, and so I sent them the phone number to call in, but I'm not sure if anybody is on there from Deer Mount Judy.
Okay. Anyone from Deer Mount Judy?
Oh, she says they are on. So Brenda, there she is right there. I see her. So Deer Mount Judy is on.
Okay. Brenda Napier?
Mm-hmm. Brenda, can you hear us? Brenda, can you hear us? You're on mute if you're talking.
We can't see or hear you. And if the Zoom is not working, then feel free to move over to the phone if you have to.
And if we need to move on with the agenda items and either come back to this one or we can move them to the next. That was the last one.
Yeah.
And no one is slowing us down today, ladies and gentlemen.
I know they can't hear us, but just saying my questions revolved around the synchronous teaching at the K-3 level, but I'm okay to.
Are you okay approving it, moving forward?
I'm okay moving forward, yes. Okay.
All righty then.
So theirs was for 1 year.
1 year, okay. So we are ready for a motion for Deer Mount Judy for their waiver for 1 year.
Approved for 1 year.
All right, we have a motion from Ms. Newton to approve Deer Mount Judy for 1 year. Do we have a second? Seconded by Mr. Sutton. If there's no discussion, then all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes. Congratulations, Deer Mount Judy. All right, so that was the last of our digital waiver requests. Thank you so much, Ms. Smith and Desi team. I know this seems just so smooth and it was just so smooth, but I know there's a lot of work that goes into this. So thank you all so much for your work. And thank you all for joining us today, those that were able to join us. Okay, so now, we're past that. Now we we have any new business? And I know Dr. Hill had some things that he wanted to talk to us about.
Sure. I'll give a little update on giving this to you. Just the family engagement, what the commissioner had, people out who working. I'm just giving a little follow up here to a little report that from Little Rock School District and what we just did for 60 goal and family components of it. So just sharing an update what we had in our last deal looking at urban education. And we had our 3-year update, but we didn't have a 4th year. We did our post-game analysis for our 60 goal and this before and this is in urban education, looking how the pandemic affected everything. And we made some progress, but doing this study.
Dr. Hill, we can't hear you. Can you?
Doing this study with the Little Rock School District, and it started my first year on the board, and we're doing a 7-year study. In 2023, my last year on the board, we'll have to complete the whole study. And that class that we started will actually be graduating, so we'll be able to run this data for those 7 years. So when I roll off, so I have 2 years left. And so what really, as a state board member, where we're going forward in 21, 22, and we looked at all the challenges we've had, and they are severe. And I just wanted to make that a record to realize that, you know, there are many, many students that are really being deprived. And I'm not saying it's an educational teachers issue. It's more so from a community standpoint that our family engagement and people are trying to address. And as I mentioned to you before, I didn't realize how severe and how extreme it was until with our City Serve team that we start going to these communities and serving. And in some situations, I think it needs to be noted that it's very third world when you really look at the extreme access to education, and not only from a standpoint of the barriers, but just also the deliverables. And there needs to be a disruption to this dysfunction. And as we continue to identify what that is, I just know that business can't continue to go as normal, even though there are some good things happening. There are some bad things that are getting worse. And that bothers me. I'm not expert on a lot of things, but when I look at the crisis, you know, when you have a hospital, you know, when you have Baptist Medical Center, you have St. Vincent's, you know, those are hospitals that treat specific surgeries or whatever. When you go and you get diagnosed, when you go to your doctor, when you go to your primary care physician, then you have a specialist. Well, I'm gonna look at this as what we're dealing with education. We have to create a CARTI unit to specifically address these issues. They can't just no longer be in a general practitioner medical physician. It has to have a specific program that's going to address the trauma that's our kids are facing each and every day. And I'm gonna give you an example. Right here in Little Rock today, all right? In Little Rock, there have been, since January 1st through June 10th, there have been 27 homicides, all right? The shootings, over 130 some terroristic acts, about another 80 people who've been impacted with shots, all right, that have been wounded. When you look at that data, you realize those are kids we're educating, and the trauma that they're having each and every day to come in the classroom, and oftentimes we wonder why this kid can't learn or why these challenges are taking place. But my concern is that there is no specific treatment for this cancer. And as I have said to the police officers and many times, is that we can arrest everybody, but if we don't change what's causing this, it never changes. It never changes. And so when you look at the data, and the reason why I realized, I said, we have to do more, because as I went back and Mr. Poore shared with me the study, and when we were looking at the data of the kids in the 6th grade, it's a two-headed monster, all right? And when you go back and you look at the young people who oftentimes are being expelled or put out of school, that's our violence problem. So a dropout will drop in somewhere, all right? It's not out of sight, out of mind. It's real, particularly in urban education. So why is Little Rock one of the most dangerous cities under 200,000 in the country? We have to look at the kids that are dropping out. All right, when you go back and look in Little Rock today, of the 26 murders, 20 are black males, 5 are black women, and 2 are white women. All right, and look at that demographic. That's just like if you're looking at cancer, you know, you don't treat the whole body, you treat where the cancer is, and you try to have intensive therapy to that, chemotherapy to that organ. So I'm saying, what are we gonna do to address that specific cancer in our community? And me, understanding this, I have a 2-year-old grandson, I have a 21-year-old son, I have a 27-year-old son-in-law. What statistics tells me, if they don't make it to 45, it will be because they're a victim of a homicide. Now, if I sit here as a state board member and don't say anything about that, silence is violence. And I'm a part of that problem, but I'm not gonna do that, all right? So we're gonna ring the alarm because we're sleeping, all right? We're gonna send the alarm, but we're not gonna do so without strategic planning to try to change things. It's one thing to say something about it. In life, we're known for 3 things: the problem we solve, the ones we create, and the ones we talk about. We have to have specific solutions to address specific problems. So I've engaged Secretary Key as the family engagement, CityServe, you know, our church, we're committed to doing anything that we can to help these kids. But we can no longer say, well, they got problems and they can't come to school, okay? Do you realize every time we send one out the classroom, we're gonna deal with it somewhere else? If we're paying $7,500 a year to educate a kid, but we're paying $35,000 a year to incarcerate a man, we got to restructure that a little bit somehow. And we cannot continue to do business as usual in the state of Arkansas. Because this population, as one of the bank executives told me, when we improve education in Little Rock, it changes our whole state. Our whole state. But we cannot do that until we look at this collectively on how can we help this individual. Now, I'm inspired by one thing, even though the challenges look terrible, okay? Look terrible. It's a small percentage of population. When you look at the Pareto principles in full effect, 80% of your problems come from 20% of people, all right? That was the 20% that I'm committed to work on, because if you look at those demographics, and I told you, we can change it. It's not gonna be easy, but we can change it. But we can't do business as usual. So what we realized is that the 6th and Gold program we started 4 years ago, we didn't do it this year because of the pandemic, is that the first 9 weeks, the discipline referrals in Little Rock School District for our 6th grade was almost 0. All right? Why? 3 things. We asked our mentors have 40 volunteer coaches. And people say, you know, well, how did you get 40 volunteer coaches? Well, we got on the radio, we got on the buzz. And I said, hey, if you will come help us, that's the pulpit. We need your help to come volunteer your time. Well, we asked them to do 3 things. Go to school with them. Go eat lunch with them once a week. Be with them twice a week after school, and be with them on Saturday mornings. That changes everything. A role model changes everything. But here's what happened. Here's where I failed. Once that was over, they had nothing. So I gave myself a C, you know, because it was just average. And so now Greg Hatcher has agreed to help us start the wrestling program this year, fall coming back. So once football's over, we're going to shift our deal. We have 6th and Gold, we're going to 6th and Penn. All right, then after the wrestling program, we're going to go to track. So in the spring, so we're going to try to keep this going on so we have these touch points all the way through. But it's a 2-headed monster because we're missing. This year we're missing, so what on the back end, what I was telling Susan that we're doing, that's when Arkansas Baptist College comes into play. If we miss you, we get you a GED, and then you can come to ABC. We're trying to do everything that we can to catch the population, because if we're gonna make Little Rock better, the bottom has to elevate us all. We can't say, oh, that's not, it's going to affect. Nope. As a Chamber of Commerce, Jay Cheshire said, when companies want to look here, they're looking at our crime sheet. All those things. Well, it all starts right here in education. I want to commend Commissioner Key for sending the family engagement and state board over there, and we have engaged with them, and we're going to work. And as you know, when I usually leave here at 11:30, that's where I'm going over there because I'm engaging many of our city leaders, and they've gotten involved. But I'm not going to watch this continue as a crisis and not respond to it. And I'll say this in closing. I'm a proud veteran of Operation Desert Shield, Desert Storm. To go to Saudi Arabia and serve and to receive a Bronze Star is one of my greatest accomplishments, not because of what I was awarded, but because of the opportunity to serve my country. And I'm proud to say that. However, I knew nobody in Saudi Arabia. But I was willing to go over there and come back here in the body bag for somebody I didn't know. I see these mamas here when they're losing their kids. I know them. So if I'm willing to go to Saudi Arabia to die, I think we should be willing to die right here. And that's my commitment to our families and to our community, is that we can't stand on the sideline any longer. We have to get in the game and get engaged for transformation, because this dysfunction will not change without its disruption. And I'm going to try to disrupt it. So I appreciate your support in those disruptive efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. I just want to speak to your commitment to the community. This love for the community, the passion that you have for people is something that you've been doing way before you got on this board, and we're so glad to see that you brought that passion and that commitment to your people and your community, and that you're helping our students here in Arkansas. It's amazing to see the results that you're getting through engaging students and making sure that those that usually fall through the cracks and through the gap have a safety net. And a lot of times that safety net is sports, it's music, it's art. And we have to realize that a lot of our students, we won't be able to necessarily engage them through academics. And the stakeholders that all should be working together. A lot of times parents, as parents, some parents are just not as engaged as they ought to be. So as other stakeholders step in and step up, we have to be that safety net for those children, because we cannot let them fall through the cracks. So I commend you on the work that you're doing, not just through the state board and not just with Little Rock School District Athletic Foundation, but with your local church, that you are the epitome of community engagement. And that's what it takes. It takes all of us stakeholders, all of us, takes a village to educate the whole child. So thank you so much for the work that you're doing, and we're so glad to have you a part of the team. As Ms. Chambers said earlier, it's the right people were here for the right time, and we're blessed to have you as a part of this. So looking forward to seeing that last 3-year report and seeing how it all wraps up into a pretty little bow at the end. So thank you so much. We're glad to see that our family and community engagement team has made their way into the building. So thank you so much for being here. We're gonna, we have a meeting right after this. So if there's nothing else.
Just, Madam Chair, I think there might be some interest in, if there's time, to move on and finish Friday's agenda.
Oh.
If at least one of you have mentioned it to me.
I think that's a grand idea.
I would just offer that for discussion by the board. And
do we need a vote for that? Ms. Farino, do we need a vote to continue and do Fridays? Nope? Okay, wonderful. Does that sound good, everyone? That we get this knocked out? Okay, great.
I'm going to be honest, we didn't expect y'all to get through those digital learning plans so quickly. So we had we'll be happy to, and I know we'll need to pause to let, oh, never mind, she's already.
All right. Well, let's take if we can, let's take a quick 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll reconvene and knock the rest of this on out. Y'all are just superstars today. All right, so we'll take a quick break. Are we ready? Okay, all right, awesome. All right. Oh, I need to see if we got Miss McFettridge. We're missing one. Oh, there she is. All right, yay. Okay, good. Let me fix my camera. All right, we're gonna move on to the next day's agenda. Let's see. Do we have any new business? Okay, then we are ready for reports. Does anyone have a report? Start here with Dr. Hill. That was your report. Dr. Rankin? No. Ms. Newton, Ms. McFettridge, do you have a report of any kind? All right. Mr. Sutton? Ms. Chambers? Nope. And then we'll get, actually, you're next. So there we go. Mr. Lookadoo, you're next on the agenda.
Alrighty, well, here we go. Last one of these. You know, as we've talked about a little bit earlier this morning, it's just, it's crazy. The year has gone by in a weird way very quickly. And, you know, what an honor it has been to have been able to serve in this role and in this capacity as Arkansas Teacher of the Year. It still sounds weird whenever it is said to me, you know, but it has been an amazing opportunity to get to sit on with this board and learn from each of you and hear your heart for students and education, and know that it is not something that you just do, but it is something you truly believe in. And getting to see that on a personal level just takes it, I mean, it's amazing. And it makes me proud of this state to know that this is in place and who is here, from the board to the department and the people here and the relationships that I've been able to build along the way. It has just been phenomenal and a great experience. And you know, as I think back to, let me get rid of this. Okay. As I think back to whenever this was announced and that surprise day, which they pulled it off as a surprise. So kudos to everybody involved there. But until I realized in the gym there's some TV cameras, and then I had an idea. But you know, it was just, it's an interesting thing because you get announced, and then you know, that's October 22nd, and you finish out the school year, so you're still, you know, you're teaching and you're doing your thing. And then had the chance to meet the State Teachers of the Year from everywhere else in February of 2020 out at Google. And you know, the instant connection that you're able to build with those people, I was told that was going to happen, and I just didn't really believe it, because I'm usually a little bit slower to get to know people and to do that. And but it was just, you had this instant bond, and what an amazing thing. And I'm so glad we got that in February 2020, because we had no idea what was coming. And you know, as we were leaving there and preparing for, you know, what do we want to make this year, and as I was thinking through that, you know, leaving, and then everything changes. And you know, as I started thinking through, like, once that happened, you know, I never would have guessed that, you know, Secretary Key mentioned there's been things that have happened this year that maybe would not have happened. And there's some positive things out of that too. One of those being that partnership with Arkansas PBS. I've done more videos, whether it was with PBS or with just social media, anything, then, you know, it's still weird seeing yourself on a video, you know, but an amazing opportunity to continue to connect and to try and do that. And it's an interesting thing to think, you know, this whole experience, that spring kind of with Arkansas AMI, and then kind of being bookended here with just wrapped up the last 3 days filming with them again for Rise and Shine, which will be starting in July. And so, that's what a neat thing to kind of come full circle back to, with that experience. And again, something that probably wouldn't have happened. And so just another way to continue to connect. But as I think about this year, I didn't want, whenever, and I don't even know when this was, whenever we realized this wasn't like a 1 week shutdown, this wasn't a 2 week thing where, okay, we're just, we're doing this and everything will be back to normal. I didn't want to be that was the year, the teacher of the year for the pandemic, or that was the teacher of the year during COVID, so that was that. And so thankful for so many people who made sure that didn't happen, because it would have been very easy to say, well, this is the year that is, and so that's just how it goes. But in no way was that true. And so working to still meet with teachers and schools and districts and universities and getting to be in those spaces, to be here, to connect with people at the department, all of those things has been amazing. And kind of my platform, my message has been this: creating a culture that connects. And how do we do that? And how do we connect kids and content and colleagues? And when we talk about kids and content, and I love the holistic perspective that this board brings too, of we've got to take, it is relationships, it is that mental health, the social emotional piece, but pairing that with academics too. And I think not being all in one way or the other, understanding that it is both, and that we can do both. And we can set high expectations for academics. And in classrooms, we can still attend to the social emotional needs of our students. And it's challenging, and it will continue to be challenging, but we have to have both. And then thinking about extending that to teachers and to adults, and developing the whole adult, and knowing that, yes, we want professionals who come in and it's all put together, but we're still humans too. And so we have to continue to grow. We have to continue to work on communication skills and all of those social emotional pieces too for adults. And we need that. And so, and then that final piece of connecting kids and colleagues at that collaboration. How do we have student-adult collaboration to a more meaningful level? And that has really been, hopefully, what I have tried to do this year, is really dig into the work of what that looks like and how we can do that. And so, thinking about, July 1 to soon to be June 30th, just the different experiences that have happened. And yes, some have taken place in different ways, like podcasts or, more, like I said, videos and those things. But there's also been so many connections made. And that, I think, is what I'm most grateful for this experience, is those connections. And how that network has continued to grow. I feel like even after this year, I'm going to have people to be able to reach out to and get their thoughts and get their ideas. And to me, that's what it's about. We need one another. We need that. And what an amazing time to do that. And so I wanted to share just a couple, and I'll try and go quicker. I know this is longer than my normal, but thought I'd take the chance while I had it. So just a few reflections from this year. One being the importance of PLCs. We have known that they've been important. I think we've seen this year how important that is, and how much it's going to continue to play in the future. And I believe that's the same for standards-based grading, and I think as we move forward, I think that's going to be a big piece of how we make sure that grades hold their integrity, and that we move from compliance and behavior grades to learning and mastery and understanding. And I think those were things I came in with believing, and I'm leaving with believing even more. And so those two have been very important to me, and that's been true as I've been able to see that in schools that have been in Northwest Arkansas, in Central Arkansas, Northeast Arkansas, across the board, in getting to join in some PLCs in these different districts and see how that's working, and the ones that are really digging into the work and how much more effective that teamwork and that collaboration is, and how that affects students. Another piece is just the power of voice and that empowerment piece. When teachers truly have a voice and feel like they can be heard, that doesn't mean that their voice always, that outcome is going to be what they say, but that they believe that it does matter, they feel valued, and the same for students. I think it just leads to a greater ownership and pride within that organization, within that school, within that class. And seeing that work through Teacher Leadership Institute, Student Voice Institute, those have been incredible experiences that I'm so thankful that I've been able to have and do in person even this year. So that's been awesome. And then just a couple others, and I think this is one of those things that you don't know, but I felt like I knew my district and my own bubble pretty well, and then getting this experience and expanding that and going, oh, my perspective can change a little bit, and seeing that every district and school, yeah, they may have some different needs, and they may use some different methods to accomplish those, to meet the needs of their students, and that's where, I think of like the approach from the department and Secretary Key of how, there is accountability, that there is, expectations, but also knowing that it's going to be done in a way that district needs to get it done. And there are some foundational pieces that I think are key in all of those. When we think about kind of the high reliability school model of those pieces, but yet how that actually gets done. And I think that is, again, something I'm very thankful for, to be able to have seen different districts and different classes that look a little bit different than mine, but are still very effective. And learning from that and being able to take pieces of that back with me. And then come back to this, connection makes us better. It just does. And what, I've talked about that, but I could talk about that nonstop. So I'll move on from there. But the last one, I think it's been hard this year for a lot of educators. But fun and joy, I believe, should be a major part of work. And I believe that joy produces more productivity. And I believe that 100%. And having that environment where people feel that, that is something that I hope to continue to, whether that's students, that they're being drawn into school, they want to show up because it's truly an enjoyable experience. And I don't think those two things take away from the quality. I don't think they have to. Can, but I don't think it has to. And I think we need that. We need teachers who are loving what they do and are having fun doing it, and creating those environments for students to do the same. And so it kind of takes me to this, and this will be my final piece, but this, that top part was kind of turned into like a little poster that I had in my classroom for the last couple of years. And that was something my students and I had kind of come up with, of like, what does a winning culture look like in this classroom, whether it's a math classroom. That's what we were focused on, but I think that applies to anything, in that we believe that it's built on a foundation of relationships, and that you bring your best attitude and effort each day, and that excellence is our goal, and that we know that growth is a part of that, and mistakes are a part of that, and we're going to do that. Yes, we're striving towards excellence, but there's going to be bumps along the way, and so growth is a huge part of that culture. And then ultimately, we want to produce and release leaders. How are we developing leaders within this classroom, within our schools, and then giving them opportunities to do that? And so with students, I think that's important. With teachers, I think that's important. And so my next step, starting in July, will be as an assistant principal at Lakeside Junior High. And it'll be a great experience. That's where I taught for 6 years. So it'd be great to be back in Springdale. And I should have said this earlier while Dr. Cleveland and Dr. Shepard and Chelsea Jennings were here, but having their leadership and having people who believe in you matters. Susan and I were talking about this just a few minutes ago, but that empowerment piece and getting that from people who have invested in me, and I hope to then be able to do that with teachers as well. So it's been amazing to do that with students for the last 7-8 years, and we'll continue to do that, but also moving into a little bit different role as an assistant principal and taking those same values though and applying it wherever I am. So it's been a crazy ride, and something I want to say thank you to so many people, but I know I would leave out a lot, and so I will just say to everyone who has been here at the department, who has helped me out. I see some of y'all here, and others too. The whole educator effectiveness team, Secretary Key, and just the board for welcoming the Teacher of the Year. I think this is a unique. We've talked about this several times, but the way that Arkansas does this, and the Teacher of the Year gets to be here with the board, and it's not just a hey, it's a thing for show. Y'all truly welcomed me in, and I appreciate that so much, because it would be very easy to say, all right, go sit in your corner. Although some people did say that, but no, it makes it so meaningful and such a great experience. So I know Susanna will do an amazing job coming into this role. Just having spoken with her, y'all are gonna love her and take her in. I know she's gonna do great things. But thank you for this experience, and yes, and that'll be the end of my report.
Thank you. Thoroughly enjoyed you being a part of our team and being here and offering your outlook and your perspective. We've benefited from that so much. So we appreciate you being here. We look forward to see the great things that you do in the future. Okay, hand it over to Secretary Key for the Commissioner's report.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to put an exclamation point on the part that we talk about, and we hear people talk about producing leaders, but I don't know how many times you've seen that term, produce and release leaders. Yeah, that gave me a different perspective to think about today. So thank you for that. A couple of things that I wanted to go over, and then as you see, we have some reports that are listed on the agenda, and I'll be having some other members of the team come up and talk about those. But first, I want to talk about the American Rescue Plan ESSER Fund, ARP ESSER. We had been calling it ESSER 3 until we were corrected by our friends at the U.S. Department of Education, and they said that's not what we call it. We call it ARP ESSER. So we call it what they want us to call it. We were required to submit our state plan by June 7th, and we did, thanks to the great work of Ms. Kaufman and her team, and Dr. Britt helping compile that, and all the leaders and team members in the department that had a hand in that. As you can imagine, trying to fit what we are doing in Arkansas and what our plan looks like into a a template that is really designed for restarting school, which was much of the conversation at the federal level, where we had been in school all year is quite a challenge. But Dr. Britt did a great job bringing everything together and putting it in language that was coherent. And Deb and her team, a lot of conversations, a lot of Zooms, and that's just part of it, because our plan, although it was submitted June 7th, we're still required to continue with our meaningful stakeholder engagement. So many of the components of this plan will be modified or added to, probably more detail as we move along. It is posted on our website. So when you look at our website, you go into Public School Accountability under federal programs, and it's the first one that pops up right now. So it is posted there. Next week, we will be seeking the appropriation for the first part of those federal funds at the peer subcommittee and Arkansas Legislative Council committees. That will be asking for $500 million of the $1.27 billion that is allocated for Arkansas. So we hope for a positive outcome there. That will get the ball rolling for districts to be able to access those funds once they have their plans posted and start expending funds according to their local plans. A reminder that as we had mentioned before, because I know we have an audience that listens and watches. I know you all have heard this, but stress the requirement that local districts must engage in meaningful stakeholder engagement as they develop their plan, and their plan is to be posted on their website and updated every 6 months. So that is something that we are required to be monitoring as we move forward. Additionally, next week in those same committees, we'll be seeking an appropriation. This is to tie up some loose ends from the session, $28.5 million for facilities for the partnership projects. This would complete the $90 million that is the legislative recommendation for adequacy. And that request will be coming from the restricted reserve fund, along with $1.6 million to expand our career coaches program, which, as we've told you all before, something we are very excited about expanding with the goal of reaching all 75 counties. So those will be legislative requests coming up next week. And then earlier this week, you all probably heard that the governor announced students 12 through 18 who are vaccinated will not be required to quarantine. Quarantine was something that was a significant disruption. Even though we were in person across the state, the quarantine issue was definitely a challenge. So not only will the adults get to avoid the quarantine if they are vaccinated, but so will the students in that approved age group. So that is definitely an encouragement to go get vaccinated. Now, moving to the two items that we have posted on the agenda. First, I'm going to ask Dr. Pfeffer to come up and intro, and then Ross White will be coming up as well and talking a little bit more detail about the National Career Readiness Certificate implementation, ACT work keys. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Pfeffer.
Okay, good afternoon, Ivy Pfeffer, Deputy Commissioner, and I'm just going to get to preview and brag on a group that has done some really good work. And they've done a lot of work in a short amount of time. If you remember, I think it was just last month when you all had approved for the Work Keys assessment to become part of our statewide comprehensive statewide assessment system. And in doing this is going to have a completely different purpose than what our other state-approved assessments have, which are more for when we think about our Every Student Succeeds Act and our federal and state accountability system. It's been a while since we've talked about it, but we have the Big A accountability, where you have assessments that are part of meeting those federal and state requirements for accountability, but this is part of more of what I would call that little a accountability. It gives a really good indication of progress, how well schools are serving students, but also going to give the more the better students are doing on this assessment, it's just going to naturally help with those overall indicators in terms of how ready students are to take their next steps for whatever they choose. And Ross is going to come up in just a minute and talk you through a few of the slides that are in your presentation, but you have 2 different documents on the agenda there, and please feel free at any time to use this information, to share it. We are going to be rolling this out to educators, to administrators, also to parents, also to community members, because with this assessment, it's not just about what goes on in the school or in a classroom, but this is also about the community. And at the time we put this information together, there were 28 Arkansas counties that had become work-ready communities. And what that means is when a community, or there are several factors involved in a county becoming a work-ready community, but one of the things that happens is that business owners commit to saying, okay, if students have meet certain indicators or certain levels on these assessments, we will hire those students or put them at the priority position in terms of hiring and actually pay them more. So this is not only a commitment that we are making at a school level, this is a commitment that we want communities to make. This assessment is going to be more flexible than what our other high school assessments have been. There are 3 different parts to the assessment, and there's curriculum that's associated. And what I'm so excited about, the work that the team has done, they not only took that curriculum and looked at it in terms of preparing students to take a certain part of the assessment, but they looked at that curriculum and broke down those essential standards and said, hey, when we're talking about the applied math section of this assessment, here are math courses that we offer and opportunities where these standards could be embedded in a course that we're already offering. So we can be preparing kids not just over here as a separate component to go take a test. We're really preparing kids with everything that we're doing and how they're thinking about using math that they're already being taught. Same thing with the graphic literacy and the workplace documents. And if you look at that chart, you're going to see some of those newer courses that you've approved. You're going to see some of those critical reading courses that we know are so important when maybe students really need to get in there and work on those intervention and those reading skills, and really thinking about, okay, how that really is going to translate over into not just helping students do better on a literacy or a career readiness assessment, but that's really getting them ready for when they are in a workplace, how they need to think about the way they read, write and communicate. So I'm going to stop because I'm starting to ramble on, but I think this is really exciting, and it's a complementary piece to what we're already doing, and it's something that's going to be available to all of our students, and we're really excited and appreciate the support that you've given. So if it's okay, I'm going to ask Ross to come up here and maybe just highlight 2 or 3 things that are within that presentation that you might need to look at, and then if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer those.
Good afternoon. Ross White, Director of Division of Career and Technical Education. So Dr. Pfeffer did a great job. I feel like she's covered everything I was going to talk about. But I think some of the highlights of this, if you look through your presentation, one piece that's really important is in the state, a lot of districts are already doing this assessment. It's not something that's necessarily new to them. A lot of our communities, and there's some map provided, and she mentioned the 28 counties, especially on the eastern side of our state, it has been very popular. And so there's a lot of industry that's already on board with it, that already is compensating employees who come on that already have this credential, especially like at the gold or platinum level. They'll increase their hourly rate $1, $2, sometimes even more than that. or they'll have some sort of signing bonus, different pieces there. And so that is an important piece with us. I know that we have some meetings planned here in the future to continue the work, especially with the state chamber and working with chambers across the state to make sure they're well versed. Most of them are, because to be a work-ready community or county, which is a part of the ACT Work Keys piece, is a pretty big deal, and it takes time and effort from the community to get there, not just the school side of it or just the chamber side of it. So there's a lot of importance in regards to that. I think ultimately our goal would be to see us get to all 75 counties and be that, rather than the 28 now. But the 28's a good start, in my opinion. We already have a good jump on it. So that's a really strong piece for us. I think the piece that's also really important is the curriculum that goes with it, that we're going to be able to provide that to schools. That will really help. I know that when you talk to the schools that already use this, what makes their students be successful on this assessment is that they've been prepared for it. And she mentioned the 3 areas about the applied math, the graphic literacy, and the workplace documents, being able to navigate those. A lot of the courses and curriculum we already teach in a lot of areas covers that curriculum, but to kind of give them a really steady focus on what that assessment piece is going to be great for our schools. And so she mentioned the chart that is on the 1-page document that's front and back. That is something that our team worked really hard on, is trying to help schools, because I think our piece, especially for this coming year and in a few years as we roll this out, is the flexibility piece for schools, and that this isn't just another assessment, but that it is something that is meaningful for our kids, but then especially is meaningful for our state and our local communities and our economy as a whole, because it's something that can make I know we all hear it all the time, but we need our kids to be ready for work, that we've got plenty of work, we can't find the workers. And so how can we help that piece? And so us showing where we can embed that within courses that already exist, and then taking courses that we have and using it as a piece with this, I think will be really beneficial, because that curriculum, again, will help our students ultimately be successful in it, because we'd love to see lots of gold and platinums so that we can get them to that higher percentage. And then I think those are the big pieces right now, I think, that are really important. Do y'all have questions specifically about work keys?
Ross, I just want to point out to the board, if you look on slide 10, and this is what I'm very proud of, the options that schools have regarding the delivery of the Work Keys curriculum, how it can be embedded in so many different courses that already exist. We're not asking schools to create something new. We're asking them to embed this in things that make sense. And if you look at those 3 columns, applied math, graphic literacy, and workplace documents, those 3 areas of Work Keys, and all the course options that they have to make that available. And that's because the CTE team worked very closely with our curriculum instruction team to find where those fits were. So again, looking back at that teamwork approach to making this as seamless as possible, just wanted to point that out to you.
And if I can add, and that's going to continue because part of the plan is adding a staff member in our assessment unit that will work directly with schools in implementing the Work Keys assessment, helping them to think through how they're going to implement it in terms of the curriculum and when students will be taking it. But that assessment person will also be daily interacting with our division of CTE. And Secretary Key, we think just a lot, because that's what I was heading up here to say. When you look at this chart, this is only possible now because of the partnership under transformation. We would never have developed something like this as quickly, and maybe not even had done it, had we not had that natural collaboration. So Mary Beck, Sherry Baird, Rachel Horn, Dr. Pride, Sonia Wright McMurray, and Ross all coming together. And those others, since we moved it around, they couldn't be here today. They're the ones we really need to brag on. But, they did this work and were able to do it because of what he said there, that true partnership and collaboration, which I think is another reason why this is a win for kids. It really is. And if I could add too, something I would ask of all of you as you look at this map and these counties, and we need to come back to you and talk to you a little more about what becoming a work-ready community really is, whether you're certified or participating. And I don't know the difference in the answer to all of that now, but I would like for us to come back, have the chamber involved, have others involved, but ask each of you over the next year, let's see how many of you can get your communities focused on getting to this goal and becoming a work-ready community, and seeing, you know, what it can really do for the students in your area. So, thanks.
All right, and the last item.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
Is this something we're going to collect data on and use that data?
Yes. Now, there's a twist to that. Because there are two options. Ivy, go ahead. I'll let you describe those, what we're...
Yes, so there's how we implement, there's a state model and a national model. The national model is what we are going to start with and what we want to do over the next 3 years, because that's the model that's most flexible. That's the model that allows us to give the options in being able to deliver the curriculum and for students to be able to take the assessment as they're ready to take it. The state model would require us to basically have something more like the ACT now, where there would be a set day and time when students would take it. The trade-off, though, is with the national model, the districts get the data reported to them. We don't get it reported directly to us. However, we want to set up a process so that districts share information with us as far as the levels of performance for students. Now, you know, again, if it's self-reported, district-reported data, you know, there are, you know, we're relying on them to provide us with all of the information. However, because this is not part of our Big A accountability, we feel like this is really the best way to go, because we're going to find out from districts how are they implementing, what makes the most sense, what courses really do work, and then how well are students doing. And it gives us time to phase it in without there being a lot of pressure on, you know, we want to see a certain number. Obviously, we want as many platinums as we can have, but more than that, we want kids to be able to take ownership of this and be excited.
Right.
So
I could see a lot of potential on not for report cards or not for any of that, but potential to be able to adjust what we're doing to meet student needs.
Exactly.
If we're collecting data on what's actually.
So we will be collecting data and reporting. It just will be a little bit different than how we do with our other assessments. 3 years from now, if we look back and reflect and say we might need it to be more streamlined, then we could always look at going with this state model and being more prescriptive like some states do. But this was the approach that, after talking with everybody, we felt like was right for Arkansas at this time.
Thank you.
Is a implementation. So this is like one of the first descriptions you're going to hear of implementation of legislation that was passed in the last session. So Senator English, was legislation that she moved forward, and we've updated her on this process, and she's pleased with where it's headed. So we look forward to seeing some great results. Next item, and this will complete my report for today. You have already heard from the awesome Crystal Nail. She is going to come back and present the annual report for the Advisory Council for Education of Gifted and Talented Children.
All right, thank you. Hi again, Crystal Nail, Office of Gifted and Talented and Advanced Placement. I'm here to share the annual report from our Governor's Advisory Council for the Education of Gifted and Talented Children. Every year, as part of how it's written in legislation, one of the roles of this council is to prepare a report, and that includes some data about different gifted services that are happening for students in our state. It also includes recommendations each year. So the two recommendations for the council for this year include removing the option to waive gifted and talented services for charters and districts with charter-like waivers, and increasing the award amount to districts that receive the Act 56 award for outstanding gifted programs. So those are their two main recommendations. If you look in the report, you'll see those recommendations and details about their rationale can be found on pages 9, well, page 9, it's all on page 9.
And please note that one of the previous year recommendations actually was fulfilled. this year, so I know they were pleased with that. Sometimes you see the similar recommendations year after year, and this report's no different, but I'm pleased to point out that the Aegis grants were increased in this past year.
Yes. And those provide summer programs for students, and they are free to the students to attend.
All right, thank you so much for the report. Appreciate you.
Thank you. And the co-chair of the council had planned to be present tomorrow via Zoom, but she's not here today, obviously. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Thank you for all you do for our students.
All right, and that completes my report, and would be happy to ask or answer any questions about this or any other topic that the board has.
Both of those recommendations would be legislative, is that correct?
One would be budgetary, but yes, through the line item, and the other would be legislative. The not allowing a waiver of gifted and talented services would require a change in the statute.
They actually both would require legislation. In law, around the Act 56 award, there is language in the law that does set the amount that's awarded, so both would actually require some legislation.
Okay.
All right. If we don't have any more questions, do you have, Ms. Chambers?
Madam Chair, can I make one last closing comment?
Yes, please.
Are we done?
I believe we are. I don't
President?
think we had any public comments or anything of that sort. So we are done. Please, go ahead.
I just wanted to say publicly something. I put in a note to Secretary Key because I think it bears saying out loud. In my old job, one of the things that we used to do to prepare leaders, as we concluded that there was nothing you could do kind of rote in developing people for this increasingly unscripted world. So what we decided to do for development purposes was to continue to put leaders in situations they'd never been in before, to create experiences that caused uncertainty and maybe a little chaos, but it caused them to really have to draw against all the experiences that they'd had. So that hopefully in the moment when you have to do something in a situation you've never been in before, you can do the right thing. And Johnny, it feels like somehow somebody prepared you just that way. When I think about these past 6 years, no one could have scripted this. No one could have prepared us for the things that we've gone through. And yet, and it's very different when you're the one, when you're the leader, when you're the CEO. It's very different than a ride-along, which is what most of us are in a lot of these situations. So to be the one that has to be Solomon-esque and figure out how we're going to navigate all this, I just wanted to thank you for being that leader. To borrow from Joel's report, there's so much that you've left in your wake. We didn't just survive what we've gone through, but you have created this environment, this culture of change, of willingness and a necessity to embrace change, to collaborate and play differently, and to stay very connected all the way to our students, the families, the communities, the schools. I do think this process in place, this communication, this connection, allows us to lean into a purpose it's so important that we're all in the same sheet of music, but it allows us to feel confident that as we continue to face an uncertain future, we're gonna be just fine. So, thank you.
Thank you. And with that, if we have nothing else, it has been a pleasure. Everyone, thank you all for your work. I do want to say one thing. The reason why we were able to get through Thursday and Friday's agenda today is because there are a lot of people working behind the scenes. And I just want to say one more time, thank you. Thank you to the people who are here that get in front of the mic, and thank you to the people who don't make it to the mic and who are not seen and who are working so hard day in and day out to help our students. We appreciate you, and our students are the better for your sacrifice and your work. And I appreciate my colleagues, board members, the work that you all put in, the thoughtfulness that you put into it, asking the questions ahead of time. Thank you so much for that, because that helps us streamline it. So thank you so much to everyone. And our, the people who have joined us on Zoom, our superintendents and teachers, thank you all for responding and getting us the answers. We couldn't do it without the teamwork. So thank you all for being a great team. So on that note, we are adjourned.
Ms. Dean, can I say one more thing?
Yes,
I want
sorry.
to thank you for doing such an excellent job this year as chair. You have led us through some difficult times, and we've Zoomed lots, and you have done a fantastic job, so we appreciate all that you've done this year.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you saying that. I think about what Ms. Chambers said. I have been put in some situations, but it's been great I feel like I've grown so much in this position, and I've learned a lot from you all of you, and I'm looking forward to your leadership and our continued position as the chair. So thank you so much. On that note, we are adjourned.
Yeah, and now that we're adjourned, Ms. Kaufman would invite all the board members that can
Yes.
to stay for the family and community engagement meeting that they're having, and I know the chair would be
Yes,
glad to
thank
have
you
you
for
as
the
well
reminder. Yes.
if you can stay.
We would appreciate if you all could stay.